Chapter 183, The World is Dark and Full of Terrors. Last Hearth, 301 AC. The Small John had never expected to return from King's Landing with a betrothal. If anyone had suggested it before he and his father made the journey, he would have laughed heartily. Marriage hadn't even crossed his mind. True, his father had been dropping hints that it might be time for him to consider settling down, but he hadn't applied any real pressure. In fact, he thought he wouldn't have to think about it for at least another year, joking that Liara and Jojen would tie the knot before he did. That seemed far less amusing now. What truly shocked him was the identity of his bride-to-be. He never imagined he would be marrying a southern lady, nor did he think his father would allow it. If someone had suggested that the lady in question was a Fry, he was sure they would have left the room with a sore jaw. Yet once again, it seemed that only the old gods, and perhaps the king, had a hand in his fate. Rosalind entered his life, smart, funny, beautiful, and while she was undeniably a southern lady, he had no doubt she would thrive in the north. From their very first meeting, he sensed there was much more to her than the delicate exterior she presented. The more time he spent with her, the clearer that became. By the time they reached the north, he wasn't just pleased about their match, he was genuinely looking forward to it. He worried, however, that when she saw Last Hearth and met his family, it might change her mind. But just like everything else about her, she was full of surprises. "I know it's not as fancy as some of the keeps in the south," he said, a hint of worry in his voice as he guided her through his family home, her older brother trailing behind as their chaperone. "It has a northern charm," she replied with a smile. "My family may be a bit rough around the edges," he said nervously. "Have you met many of mine?" she replied with a charming laugh that he couldn't help but join. "The cold doesn't bother you?" he asked, to which she shook her head. "Her Grace was most gracious and gifted me this coat as an early wedding present, and I can definitely see the need for it. But to be honest, I had built it up as much worse in my mind," Rosalind said, her smile still bright. "I look forward to showing you more of the lands, my lady," he said, nearly stumbling over his words as her smile widened even more. She had easily charmed both of his uncles, his sisters, and especially young Ned and Liara. His father had tested her and found that she was not lacking in any regard. Then, when news came about the march to the wall and the need to be ready, she surprised them all by suggesting they marry before she and the rest of the household boarded the ships. It caught them all off guard, him most of all, and he worried it might be some scheme or plot, not because she was capable of such things, but simply due to her eagerness for them to wed. He quickly discovered it was not a scheme, she genuinely wanted to be part of his family and his wife before he left, simply because that was what she desired. His father told him it was a great idea, and when Rosalind mentioned that she had everything she needed to be wed right there, the arrangements were made swiftly. Now, here he was, standing in front of the looking glass on the day of his wedding, feeling more nervous than he had ever been in his life. "For goodness sake, she's only a woman," he muttered to his reflection. Shaking his head, he made his way to the great hall to break his fast. He hadn't made it more than halfway when he heard the commotion in the courtyard and hurried to see what was happening. To say he was surprised to see the king, Arthur Dane, and Jor's White Wolf talking to his uncles and father would be an understatement. His first reaction was one of shock. Smalljon's instinct told him that something terrible had happened. But the laughter and playful banter among the visitors suggested a much friendlier occasion, which both relaxed and unnerved him at the same time. "Ah, here he is now," he heard his father exclaim, beaming with pride as he gestured for Smalljon to join them. "Your Grace." "Father," Smalljon said, bowing to the king and casting a glance at his father, who still wore that proud smile. "The king wished to attend the wedding, son," his father announced, his voice filled with pride. "I wish it were under different circumstances, Smalljon. I wish my wife could be here, along with the lords of the north. While I know my own presence is a poor substitute for her grace's, would be honored to attend in her stead," the king said. "I'm glad to have you here, your grace." "You greatly honor my betrothed and me," Smalljon replied, returning the king's smile. I'm repaying a loyal man and a loyal house. It is I who am being honored here, the king said. Small John swore his father looked ready to burst with pride at the king's words. Come, your grace. We were just about to break our fast, and I'm sure some warm food would be most welcome to you and your guards, his father offered. You are right, my lord. I do love the north, but it's not a place for a cold meal, the king said with a hearty laugh. When Rosalind and her brothers saw that the king had arrived, there was a moment of worry that he might have come to stop the wedding. After he explained the true reason for his visit, Small John noticed that she, too, felt honored by his presence, especially when the king engaged with her and her brothers, Perwyn and Olivar. As the day progressed, Small John found himself growing increasingly anxious about the ceremony, the feast, the bedding, and the wedding night itself. He was no stranger to women, having shared drunken fumbles with more than one. But he had never been with a lady like Rosalind, nor with one he intended to spend the rest of his life with. Small John felt a nervousness creeping in, one he wasn't quite sure how to handle. Seeking some fresh air, he left his room and made his way to the top of the keep. As he stepped out onto the battlements, he was surprised to find he was not alone. Your Grace, he said, taken aback. Forgive me. She wished to see that I was well, the king replied, gesturing toward the sky. Small John looked up to see the magnificent white dragon soaring overhead. She's an amazing sight to behold, Your Grace, he said, and the king smiled softly. Aye, she is, the king laughed, prompting a look of confusion from Small John. She said not many people get to have a dragon at their wedding, the king added, and Small John chuckled. Aye, that's true. The wolf's not here, is he? He asked. No, Ghost is with my wife in King's Landing, the king replied, noticing the relief wash over Small John's face. I felt it too, you know. The nervousness, the racing heart, the sweat gathering in my palms. Aye. You were and are the man she wishes to marry, Small John. Anyone with eyes to see or a tongue to speak can tell how that woman feels about you. Let that be your only thought as you walk to the heart tree. Trust me, the rest will fade away once you know that, the king said, giving his shoulder a reassuring touch before heading back down the stairs. Thank you, Your Grace, Small John said softly, but the king was already gone. After a moment, he felt ready for the night to come. Rosalind looked beautiful as she approached the king. He had been stunned, and Rosalind was delighted to learn that he would officiate the wedding instead of his father. She spoke her vows with such firmness and confidence that when it was time for Small John to say his own, the words simply flowed. As he carried her into the keep, smiles lit up their faces, and the kiss they shared sealed the moment. Both in the sight of all those present and in the intimate moments shared just between them, the evening unfolded beautifully. Small John danced with his new bride, watching her twirl with his father and then with the king, delight lighting up her face. He held her hand while the king played the harp and sang a variety of songs. When the time came for the bedding ceremony, he noticed Rosalind looking nervously at him. Her brothers prepared to protect her honor, but when he stood up and declared there would be no bedding, a loud cheer erupted from the king. That cheer, perhaps more than his words, ensured that his wife was escorted to their chambers unmolested. Small John's own journey, however, was far from easy. He swore it was his father and uncles who had helped to tear his clothes from his body. When he finally arrived in their room, he had only a few scraps of clothing left, and his dignity was in tatters. As he entered, he found Rosalind already under the covers. When she caught sight of him, or rather his state of undress, she blushed adorably. He caught a brief glimpse of her body as she moved the covers aside and beckoned him to join her. The warmth of the blankets and the closeness of her body against his was a welcome relief from the chill of the night. "Aye, if you're not comfortable," he asked, looking at her with concern. "I can never be uncomfortable with you, husband," she replied, her smile revealing a small gap between her teeth. Despite her nerves, there was an eagerness in her eyes. I am so very happy that you're my wife, Rosalind. I want you to know that you already make me incredibly happy, he said. The kiss she offered in return was just the first of many they would share that night. In Riverrun, in the year 300 AC, Bryn Den, known as the Blackfish, rubbed his temples as he contemplated the task ahead. He glanced at his grandnephew, Bran, who was finishing his meal in preparation for the day. Once Bran had eaten, Bryn Den gave him a nod, signaling it was time to get ready for their morning spar. As he and his wolf left the room, the day awaited them. Bryn Den smirked. The enthusiasm of youth was a delightful thing, and Bran had it in abundance. However, he was a lord now, and it was important for him to display some decorum. Bryn Den knew, though, that the moment he left the room and was out of sight, that decorum would vanish. No doubt, Bran was already racing through the keep. He called authorized over and felt a sense of relief when the steward informed him that none of the lords and knights had departed yet. Bryn Den instructed authorized on who he should speak to and who he himself would approach to ensure their presence when he revealed the contents of his brother's journal. Before authorized left to attend to his tasks, Bryn Den leaned in and whispered about the scrolls he had written, asking him to deliver them to the maester for distribution to the intended recipients. Most of these would be the houses of the river lords, even though many he wished to contact were already present, as well as those in Winterfell and King's Landing. I'll inform Lord Brandon after our spar, he said softly to authorized, who nodded before departing. After finishing his meal, Bryn Den made his way to the sparring yard, where he found 3 young men gathered. One of them looked at him with curiosity. Bryn Den felt a flash of anger when Bran mentioned that Mark Piper had told him he was good friends with his uncle Edmure, claiming Edmure was a good man despite what others said. As time passed, Bryn Den became increasingly convinced that his nephew was anything but a good man. Edmure's actions toward the king spoke volumes, and Bryn Den feared that Edmure might have played a role in Hoster's death. Whether directly or through inaction, his nephew had witnessed his father's demise and seemed more interested in reaping the benefits than facing any consequences. "Hold it up, Bran. Move, that's it, good lad," Bryn Den encouraged as he guided Bran through his stances and demonstrated some techniques. A small crowd had gathered to watch, and he was pleased to see Jono standing among them, wearing an approving expression at what he observed. "Can we spar, uncle?" Bran asked, his eyes bright with eagerness. Bryn Den chuckled and nodded. His grandnephew was making great strides, he was growing stronger, and his technique was improving significantly. When Bryn Den noticed Bran beginning to breathe heavily, he decided it was time to end the sparring session. He went to fetch water for both of them, refusing to let Bran do it himself. Once Bran had caught his breath, Bryn Den invited him to join him for a walk around the grounds of Riverrun, with Summer following closely behind. As they strolled, Bryn Den pointed out the different features of the keep and explained their purposes to Bran. "I need to talk to you about your uncle Edmure, Bran, and what people say about him," Bryn Den began as they reached the Godswood. "Ser Mark said he was a good man and true, that the Psalms and what people say about him are lies," Bran replied confidently. Bryn Den looked at him with curiosity. "Do you believe they're lies?" he asked. Bran cast his gaze to the ground, shaking his head slightly. "Why not?" Bryn Den pressed. "My brother wouldn't lie about something like that. Jon, Sansa, and Father, they wouldn't all lie about it. And while they haven't told me outright, they haven't said it's a lie either," Bran explained. Bryn Den reached out and ruffled his grandnephew's hair, earning a small shrug and a smile from Bran. "Clever lad. Never believe anyone who's not family, Bran. Not at face value, at least. Blood is true, and blood never lies." Bran looked at him, a bit confused. "Your uncle and mother were both troubled souls. Listen carefully to what I say today, listen and don't react. We'll talk more later, just you and me." "Thank you, uncle," Bran said softly. "For what, lad?" Bryn Den asked. "For speaking to me. People don't talk to me about such things. I'm young, but I'll be a man soon, Bran replied, determination in his voice. Aye, a fine man is what you'll be, Brynden said, giving his grandnephew's shoulder a reassuring touch. Bran followed his uncle Brynden as they made their way back into the keep. Although it was ostensibly for luncheon, Brynden had little appetite. Authorized had done well, and most of those who had come for the feast were still gathered in the room. Aside from the Freys and Tytos Blackwood, nearly all the houses of the Riverlands were represented. As they approached the high table, Brynden allowed Bran to take his seat while he remained standing. All eyes in the room turned to him as he pulled out Hoster's journal, preparing to reveal the truth about his nephew. My lords, good sirs, Brynden began. On behalf of my grandnephew, the new lord of Riverrun, I thank you all for attending the welcoming feast and for staying a little longer than you may have wished. I have news of some import to share. Though the ravens have gone out and you may find messages awaiting you upon your return to your keeps, I believe it best to speak of their contents here and now. He closed his eyes and sighed, then reached down to give Bran a reassuring pat on the shoulder. When he felt his grandnephew relax, Brynden prepared to continue. Most of you are aware by now of all my nephew has been accused of, and almost all he is guilty of. To those who know it to be true, what I say may not come as a shock. For those who hold Edmure in higher regard than he deserves, perhaps my words will finally quiet your complaints once and for all. He glanced at the three men closest to his nephew, as well as the other lords and knights present. I have in my hand my brother's journal. It went missing after his death, and despite my best efforts, neither I nor Authorized Wayne could locate it. Had we found it, perhaps things would have turned out much differently for all of us. Brynden took a deep breath, steadying himself before he opened the journal and began to read Hoster's words aloud. I fear that the boy hasn't got the sense he was born with it. He and his sister have both done things that I believe bring shame upon my house and defy the very gods themselves. I've been left with no other choice. Hard though it may be, I feel I'm right in this. The letter is written and will be sent to Ned Stark on the morrow. Perhaps through young Bran, I'll have the chance to right the wrongs I've committed with my own son. A lad raised by Ned Stark and guided by Brynden. I believe he is my house's and land's last hope, and so I will speak to Edmure and reveal the truth of things. By the Seven, I hate that it's come to this. Edmure, should he remain my heir, will lead not only my house but the Riverlands themselves to ruin. While I could forgive him for one, I could not forgive him for the other. I pray to the crone for wisdom to guide my actions and to the warrior for strength to do what is best for those I'm sworn to serve. May the mother forgive me for unnaming my son and heir. There was silence for a few moments. Brynden looked out and saw the gathered people glancing at him and at each other, none daring to speak until Lyman Goodbrook stood up and called him a liar. If Lyman had been a fair distance away, Brynden might have knocked him on his arse. As it was, he had no need to, for the punch came from Hugo Vance, and Brynden was forced to call the guards to restrain Tristan Ryger and Mark Piper, who had quickly moved to defend their friend. Enough. Are you a man or a boy, Lyman? Brynden shouted angrily. These words were written in Hoster's own hand. Words that he spoke to me about, though I did not know he had decided. Words I have no doubt were spoken to Edmure, and though I wish not to consider it, the nature of Hoster's death raises questions I would rather find answers to. He shuddered. You think Edmure a kinslayer? Hugo Vance asked, his disgust and disbelief clear. I think my brother was very ill. Man, Hugo, I don't want to believe that Edmure played a direct role in Hoster's death, but I can't shake the feeling that he was involved in some way. Hoster went to his rooms and was found there. Vyman called it natural, and although the man himself proved unworthy, I want to trust him on this. At the very least, Edmure allowed it to happen, he didn't try to stop it. I pray he wasn't directly involved. As troublesome as my nephew may have been, I wouldn't wish him to be cursed in death as he was in life, Brynden said, his words growing more sincere with each passing moment. Had he, if we had known. Hugo murmured, nearly collapsing into the chair. I brought this to light because it's time to uncover all the truths. I've heard the songs and tales of my family, and they shame me to my very core. House Tully is no more. I am the last of my line, and when I die, the name dies with me. For those who wish to label my nephew as anything other than what he was, I say it stops now. Riverrun belongs to my grandnephew, Lord Brandon Stark. In time, he will build his own legacy and write his own story here. In Lord Blackwood, we have a good and true Lord Paramount, and he has my support as well as my grandnephew's. The dead are dead and shall remain so. I won't speak of my kin any further, except for those still living, he concluded, hoping that would be the end of it, though he doubted it would be. He knew that his family wouldn't be forgotten until he took his last breath. White Harbor, 301 AC. Ser Martin Lannister had wished to travel to the Wall with Jae, to serve by his side as a knight, even if he could no longer do so as his squire. His mother, father, and cousins all begged him not to, as did his betrothed, but in the end, it was his king's words that he chose to heed. Your place is not there, it's with your betrothed, Martin. It's by her side, and I envy you for being able to be her knight. And her protector, Jae said as they sat on the wall after their spar. I'm good enough with a blade, my king. Good enough to fight alongside you, and you're in need of men who are good and true, he pleaded. And none are or will be more so than you, Martin. I do not seek to deny you glory or punish you by not having you with me. I need as many good men and true in reserve as I do in the fight to come. I need men I can trust to carry out my orders and to be there should the call come. If I take all the best men with me, then who looks after those I leave behind? Who protects those who need protecting if all the best stand by my side? I'll take Arthur with me, yes, but Barristan I'll leave behind. Why? Jae asked. To protect the queen and the princess, Martin replied, glancing at Jae to see if he was correct. Exactly. To protect those I love, my wife, my child, my sisters, and the people themselves. I ask it of them, and I ask it of you. Will you do as your king requests? Jae inquired. Martin rose from the wall and went to one knee. Always, your grace, he said firmly and without reservation. It has been my great honor to have you and Tommen by my side, Martin. To see you grow into the fine young man you've become. I will stand with you on your wedding day. In time, I'll stand across from you and watch as you take the day in our spars. Know that I'm so very proud of all you've achieved, and I look forward to all that is yet to come. Now go. I'm sure your betrothed wishes to see more sights of the city before she leaves. Jae chuckled as Martin nodded, quickly turning away to hide the tears that threatened to fall in front of the king. He had said his goodbyes to Tommen when he set sail for Casterly Rock. The king had encouraged him to spend time with Myrcella and his cousins while he was at the Wall. Martin then bid farewell to the king, the queen, and the princess. Smile as he settled into his seat beside her. And to Joy and the others before he too was sailing, though to the north and not the west, he continued. Willa had loved having him on the ship, pointing out all the places as they passed. Look, there's Dragonstone, and Claw Isle over there. And there's Gulltown and the Fingers, the Bite, and the Three Sisters. Finally, we have White Harbor itself. Her excitement was infectious as she showed him her home, which would one day be his home too. Together, they would be the Lord and Lady of White Harbor, responsible for ruling the city and caring for its people. It was a daunting prospect, one he hadn't really thought through yet. He had always dreamed of becoming a Kingsguard, wearing the white cloak, standing by the king and queen's sides. That was all he had wanted, until his father reminded him of his duty to their house, and he met Willa. Before her, he had longed to be like Ser Arthur Dayne or Barristan the Bold, to sacrifice everything to protect the king, just like Ser Walder Allers had done. Duty is the death of love, he recalled Prince Aemon saying to Jae once, and he wasn't sure if it was true. After all, his king loved fiercely and always fulfilled his duties. Martin wanted to do the same. So, he attended meetings held by Lord Wyman and Ser Wylis, standing to the side as petitions were made to the Lord. He helped prepare for the evacuation and the influx of refugees, just in case the worst came to pass. But that wasn't all he had done since arriving in White Harbor. He hadn't neglected Willa for a moment. They had ridden together, strolled arm in arm through the city, and he had bought her gifts. Each night during their feasts, he would dance with her until she finally called a halt, just as she had done just now. "You've worn me out," Willa said with a smile as they took their seats. "I told you, His Grace made Tommen and me take lessons," he replied with a playful grin. Martin chuckled. "He did?" Willa asked as he handed her the wine glass. "He did. He said we'd learn more about movement from dancing than he or Arthur could teach us on the sparring grounds," Martin replied with a smirk. "So the only reason you learned to dance was so you could move better in a fight?" Willa raised an eyebrow, questioning him. "Not the only reason, no." He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "It was also so I could wear out pretty girls with green hair." He lightly bit her ear, making her laugh. "That tongue of yours will get you into trouble, Martin Lannister," she said, still giggling. "Then I'll need either my blade or my fierce betrothed to get me out of it. I pray for whoever troubles me that they face my blade, because if they face my betrothed, they're already done for," he replied, and the kiss she gave him showed just how much she enjoyed his words. He glanced over to see Lord Wyman watching them intently, his keen eye catching every moment. Martin felt no worry about their relationship. He would never dishonor Willa or her house. Lord Wyman and his father were firm friends, and Jay held the Northern Lord in high regard, which meant Martin did too. Aside from an occasional kiss or two, he and Willa hadn't pushed their boundaries further. After all, they had less than a year until they were wed, and while both were eager for that time to pass, they were willing to wait. Martin nodded to Lord Wyman, then caught Willa winking at her grandfather. The Lord smirked and shook his head before returning to his food and conversation with his sons. When the night came to an end, he escorted Willa back to her rooms. The kiss they shared then was much longer than the one she had given him earlier, the one her grandfather had caught them in the middle of. It was the next morning when it happened, the sky. The sky was growing dark, night falling earlier than it should. Martin had been with Ser Wylis at the docks, and they hurried back to the new castle. Willa had needed his comfort, and he was there for her. He held her in his arms as they gazed at the night sky, even though it was barely mid-afternoon. She leaned against him, taking a moment to be still. His softly spoken words seemed to be just what she needed, and in that instant, he knew it was true. This was where he was meant to be, and Jay was far more clever than he realized. Casterly Rock, 301 AC. Jerian. He was to be a father again. Ashera was with child. He thanked the gods for being there when they received the news. Neither of them had believed it could happen. Despite Ashera being a young woman, the time had long passed when she could or would become a mother once more. Yet, hearing the news was something they both welcomed. There had been a moment early in their marriage when they thought she might be expecting, but it had turned out to be a false alarm. Perhaps that was why they had discussed children, and why he had told her he didn't mind if they were unable to have any of their own. They had Clegane and Joy, and that was more than enough, or so he had assured her. But when Jardine confirmed that Ashera truly was with child and a few moons along, he discovered that his feelings were not as simple as he had thought. Jerian wished for a baby that was theirs, a child born of love, a child that belonged to him and Ashera. Joy, as much as he loved his daughter and her mother, had been conceived through lust, not love. The love had come later, but by then, it had been too late for Bryony and him. This new baby, however, would enter the world with parents who truly loved each other, with a sister and brother who would adore them, and he couldn't be happier about it. Jerian felt a wave of relief knowing that Ashera was healthy and well. Unlike others, the maester they had was someone he could trust with the safety of both his wife and child. "I'm truly pleased for you both, Jerian," Jenna said, her voice warm with happiness. "Have you sent a raven to Joy?" "I send word to the Queen." "I trust Marjorie to speak to Joy more than a raven from me," Jaehaerys replied. Jenna looked at him quizzically. "Jaehaerys? She's old enough and far smarter than most girls her age. You can't treat her as a child anymore." "She's almost 13 name days," Jenna said reproachfully. "I know that," Jaehaerys said, a hint of frustration in his voice. "It's not that I'm treating her as a child. It's just that I fear my words wouldn't do justice. There's only so much that can be said in a raven, and so few ways to ease any doubts or fears she may have." "Doubts and fears?" Jenna asked, curiosity piqued. "About her position. I want her to know that she's still my heir, and just because her new brother or sister will be born on the right side of the sheets, it doesn't make them any more important than her." Jaehaerys' concern that Joy might think otherwise had almost stopped him from sending a raven altogether. "She wouldn't think that," Jenna reassured him. "I don't believe she would either, I just fear it," he admitted, and Jenna nodded in understanding. "Send her a raven in a day or so, one addressed directly from you. That will give Marjorie time to talk to her, and your message will mean more to her then," Jenna suggested, and Jaehaerys agreed. Later that day, he rode out to Lannisport with Tommen, Ser Davin, and his young squire. Although Tommen wasn't truly squiring for him or anyone else, especially with Jay and many of the men away at the wall, Jaehaerys had taken the young boy under his wing. He felt a responsibility, especially since Aller's lad Jason was Davin's squire, and he feared that he would send Tommen away without proper guidance. Jaehaerys had chosen to distance himself, allowing his son to take on that role, partly because Tommen had not yet fully forgiven him for past grievances. He understood both sides of the situation. Although he considered stepping in, he decided to let his grandnephew and grandniece find their way to reconciliation in their own time. However, that time had not yet come. As they rode, Tommen and Jason kept closer to him than to Ser Davin and the rest of the guards. With Kevin away, Lancel was acting Lord of Lannisport and had the support of his mother and grandfather. From what Jaehaerys had heard, Lancel was managing quite well, but his visit today wasn't solely about Lannisport matters. It was about the realm and ensuring they were prepared should the call arise for them to fulfill their duties. As the highest-ranking lord remaining in the West, Jaehaerys was acting warden while Jaime served as Hand of the King. Until now, that role had felt insignificant, but with Jaime stationed at the wall, Jaehaerys' responsibilities had suddenly grown. Ser Davin, head to the docks and ensure the captains and ships are ready for inspection. Tommen and I will speak with Lord Lancel, lest my nephew take offense at our absence, Jaehaerys said, giving Tommen a wink. Tommen smirked back as they dismounted from their horses. Truth be told, Jaehaerys knew Lancel wouldn't take offense. The prickly nature of his nephew was a thing of the past. The added responsibilities of being the heir to Lannisport and his betrothal to Edmure Redwine had tempered Lancel's worst instincts, and he had finally matured into a man. As Jaehaerys and Tommen made their way to Kevin's manse, they spoke with Lancel for quite some time. So much so, that when they finally left the manse and stepped into the darkness, Jaehaerys didn't think much of it. If not for the sounds of panic surrounding them and Tommen's own words, he would have taken longer to realize that it shouldn't be night yet. "This? How?" Tommen asked, gazing up at the sky. Jaehaerys followed his son's gaze, then turned back to him. "Come, we must hurry. Go and fetch some torches," he instructed. Tommen quickly obeyed, and Jaehaerys spent the next few hours calming the people of Lannisport, all the while wishing he could be back at Casterly Rock. When they finally returned to the rock a few hours later, they found the guards and staff worried but not panicked. Jaehaerys would have chuckled to himself about his sister's powers of persuasion if he hadn't been so eager to reach the family wing and speak to his wife. However, Ashera was not as calm as she appeared when he finally found her. She was worried, not just about what was happening at the wall or what the fall of night might bring, but also about their baby being born during the long night itself. "All will be well. This is only temporary," he said softly as he held her in his arms. How can you know this? How can you be so sure? She asked, her worries evident in her voice. Because I know Jay, and I believe he will bring the dawn, he replied, holding her close and praying that he was right. The Bloody Gate, 301 AC. Lady Anya Waynwood had been dividing her time between Iron-Oaks and the Eyrie, helping Donnell adjust to his role as Castellan and settling Leona into her new position. Having Leona as part of her household had been an absolute joy. In the few months since Leona and her grandson had wed, Anya had found that the girl was everything she had ever hoped Donnell would find in a partner. Whether it was Olenna's influence, Queen Marjorie's example, the Reach, or simply Leona herself, Anya didn't know. What mattered was that Leona made her grandson happier than she had ever seen him, and it comforted Anya to know that the girl was smart and astute enough to ensure their house would thrive for years to come. Donnell, on the other hand, he had frustratingly dismissed her suggestion of marriage, at least for now. He explained that he still felt uneasy in his new role, and adding a wife to the mix would only complicate matters further. Not even her assurances that the right partner could lighten his burden swayed him. So, for the time being, she agreed to wait. Yet, given the turmoil in the realm, she worried about what that waiting might entail. As the Bloody Gate came into view, she contemplated why she had been summoned to this meeting with the other members of the Vale's council. The Raven's arrival had taken her by surprise, and she was grateful to be at the Eyrie rather than Iron-Oaks when it came. The travel time from one was far shorter than from the other, and at her age, she preferred to minimize her time spent on other people's business. No, that wasn't entirely true, she thought with a smirk. She genuinely enjoyed being part of the new Vale. Lord Yone was not Lord John, he valued their input. While he held the final say, he was open to changing his opinions if a better suggestion arose, and he valued her counsel just as much as anyone else's. It was a testament to how far she had come since the fall of the Falcon. As she dismounted from her horse, she smiled at the sight of Lord Yone waiting to greet her. Lady Anya, he said, a soft smile on his face. Lord Yone, she replied, a bit more stiffly than she intended, though that stiffness was more a result of the ride than anything else. The others are inside, my lady. I would ask you to join us once you've freshened up, Yone said, and she nodded as he escorted her into the keep. Morton was waiting for her just inside, and he led her to her room. Anya glanced at him curiously, but his expression revealed he knew no more about the meeting's purpose than she did. That uncertainty worried her even more, so she took her time in her room, preparing for whatever was to come. Lady Anya took a moment to catch her breath and stretch the stiffness from her bones. Once she felt ready, she made her way to the solar to meet with Yone and the other council members. Anya surprised them with how quickly she joined their ranks. Lady Anya, Lionel Corbray said, welcoming her with a warm smile. He had been wearing that smile for some time now, ever since his marriage to Yone's daughter, Ysilla. The union had taken many by surprise, even Anya, if she was honest. It wasn't just the age difference that surprised people, it was more about Lord Yone's position as Warden of the East. Many had expected him to seek a more advantageous match for his daughter. However, as time passed, Anya reflected on it and realized two things that confirmed Lord Yone was indeed the right man to lead the Vale under the dragons. Unlike Jon Arryn, Yone Royce did not crave power or seek outside influence. His loyalty was first and foremost to the Vale, and in many ways, the Vale needed this marriage just as much as Yone did. Lionel, she greeted him, noticing his smile broaden as the time for pleasantries came to an end. Just as she was about to greet the others, the door opened, and Gerald Grafton strode in. Forgive me for my tardiness. It seems Sir Richard's lips can find you anywhere, Gerald said, a hint of pride in his voice as he handed Yone a note. Although he was ostensibly a member of the Council of Seven, his role as Vale envoy often placed him in a gray area regarding loyalties. He had requested to be replaced by Lord Benedar Belmore, resulting in fewer meetings for him. While he still had a voice, it was only on matters relating to the crown that his opinion could override theirs. Seeing him here suggested that today's meeting was likely more significant than usual. Anya felt a mix of worry and intrigue about the situation with the crown and the veil. "So it's true then," Lord Yon said, his tone almost dejected. "It's true, The time has come to make our preparations, my lord," Gerald replied. Anya glanced between Gerald, Yon, and the others as Yon took a seat. He poured himself an ale, downing it in one go, much to her surprise. After finishing, he added ice to his mug and poured another. "The war for the dawn has begun," Yon said softly. Anya reached for the large jug of ale, filling her own mug. She feared that wine wouldn't be enough to calm her nerves. "What are our orders, Yon?" Elbert Hersey asked. "We do as the king bids us, Elbert," Yon answered, causing Anya to shudder at the thought. "Gulltown stands ready, Yon, should the worst come to pass," Gerald said, and she noticed Yon nodding in agreement. "I had hoped to avoid another war in my lifetime, let alone see the Knights of the Vale ride out again," Nestor Royce sighed heavily. "How many men are we to gather, Yon?" Horton Redford inquired. "Half. The other half will prepare to escort those we leave behind to the ships and to offer protection should." Yon's voice trailed off. "Gerald, can some of the ships be sent to Snakewood and Old Anchor?" Anya asked. Gerald looked at her and nodded. "Good, then we won't all need to march to Gulltown if the worst happens." "Have we received word from Simon?" she asked, turning to Yon, knowing he needed to focus on military matters rather than thoughts of evacuating the Vale. "Other than that he arrived with his men, no," Yon replied. Anya felt relieved to hear no worry or concern in his voice, not that he didn't care about Simon or the 2,000 Knights of the Vale he had sent, but more that he was confident they were with the largest force. An army like no other had gathered, more than 100,000 men marching to the wall. Among them were Lord Jaime Lannister, Prince Oberyn Martell, Ned Stark, Randyll Tarly, and, of course, the king himself. All 5 dragons were present, along with warriors from the west, the Reach, the north, Dorne, and the Vale. The Rhoynar from Croyane, led by Prince Garin, joined the ranks. Across the realm, plans had been set in motion, preparing for the moment the war began. Anya, like many others, hoped the king was mistaken, that he was more his grandfather's son than his father's. While Jaehaerys Targaryen showed no signs of madness, she found herself wishing for a hint of it, hoping that all of this would ultimately prove unnecessary. "The king will see us through, and we have our own work to do. We must prepare, gather our men, and then we ride," Yon declared, his voice filled with such certainty that some of Anya's nerves began to fade. However, her newfound comfort was short-lived. As she prepared to return to Iron Oaks, it happened. She, Morton, Yon, and the council stood atop the bloody gate, gazing up at the sky. The long night had begun, and she prayed to the Seven that Jaehaerys Targaryen would bring the dawn. At the twins in 300 AC, Joyeuse Fry found herself in disbelief. All those unanswered prayers had finally been answered. No longer would she have to endure the fear of laying with him, of walking on eggshells, worried about what might happen if she displeased him. He held no power over her anymore, and for the first time since her father forced her into this marriage, Joyeuse felt happiness. The fact that she wasn't alone in her relief proved it was him, not the place, that had always been the issue. Truth be told, Joyeuse had known that from the very first night they had shared, but witnessing it confirmed was still a profound relief. She had watched as the 6 worst members of their family had been taken from the twins, never to return, and then she had seen Stevern take his rightful place. Within days of the king's judgment, work had begun to transform the keep into a true stronghold. Repairs were underway on things that had long been allowed to fall into ruin. Coin was being spent on decorations and furnishings, and to her surprise, women were encouraged to voice their opinions and concerns to the new lord of the twins. Some expressed the changes they wished to see in the keep, while others focused on rebuilding the relationships her husband had damaged over the years, something Roslin's brothers had pointed out. There were also discussions about matches and fostering for their children, which Joyous thought was perhaps a bit premature. When her turn came to speak with Stevrin, her concerns were of a far more personal nature. "Will I need to stay with my husband, my lord? Or will I be allowed my own rooms?" she asked, her voice laced with worry, unsure if the changes she hoped for were real. "No more will you be forced to do what you don't wish to, Joyous. If you desire it, you need not see my father again," Stevrin replied, a small welcoming smile on his face. Though it carried a hint of sympathy, she found it comforting enough to return the smile. "I thank you, my lord, truly," she said, and he nodded before speaking to Marianne, instructing her to ensure Joyous had everything she needed. Over the next moon, the changes became even more apparent. She often found herself walking in the gardens with Marianne and fair Valda. Both girls were Stevrin's granddaughters and had suddenly risen in importance within the house, now speaking much more freely and openly than they had before. Of course, this meant talk of matches, and Joyous was surprised to learn that Valda already had one arranged. The girl was more than happy about it. "Hugo Vance, for true?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Valda nodded happily. "For sure. Apparently, the offer was made some time ago, but it was refused by..." She paused, covering her mouth as she glanced at Joyous. "You can say his name, Valda." "I care not, and he holds no power here any longer," Joyous reassured her. Valda nodded in response. "Why did great-grandfather refuse the match?" Marianne asked, breaking the tension with a smile. "Apparently, he felt the Vances offered little since the fall of the Trouts, so he was holding out for a better offer," Valda explained, her annoyance evident. "But Ser Hugo is so," Marianne said dreamily. "I know. Gods, I can only imagine what he looks like under his armor," Valda added, and the three of them burst into giggles. Joyous felt a wave of happiness watching them, hearing their carefree laughter. Yet, by the time she left them later that day, her mood had shifted. Once, she too had been carefree, filled with excitement about the future. She had shared dreams with her friends about handsome knights and what it would be like to marry one of them. Joyous had envisioned a life full of smiles and happiness, but instead, she found herself trapped in a nightmare of tears. As she walked through the keep, past rooms now filled with light and laughter, her resolve grew stronger. There were no guards to stop her, no one cared enough to protect him any longer, and he could hardly leave to inflict any more damage on their house than he already had. When she entered the room, the smell hit her first, almost making her gag. But her determination pushed her through. "Heh, I knew you'd come. Miss me, did you?" he said, coughing and spluttering when he saw her. "Well, come on then. You'll have to do most of the work. This slop they feed me has robbed me of most of my strength," Walder said, shifting the covers. He lay to one side, surrounded by unwashed sheets, his clothes just as dirty. He looked weaker than she had ever remembered him. A smile tugged at her lips, and even when he misinterpreted that smile, she didn't care. Instead, she moved closer to the bed and urged him to lie down, pretending to remove her dress. "God, I wish you weren't so fat, but beggars can't be choosers, can they?" Walder laughed, but it was the terror in his eyes when she grabbed the pillow and pressed it down onto his face that would stay with her. It brought her a strange sense of satisfaction to see him afraid for once, and she hoped to remember that feeling for a long time. His struggles were pitiful, his bony hands lacked any strength, and she hardly needed to apply any pressure to keep the pillow in place. Long after he had stopped fighting, she still held the pillow there, only removing it when she was certain that no man could survive such an act. Later, she would wonder why she had done it. The best explanation she could come up with was that she didn't want her child to be born while he still lived. He had ruined her life, and while he held no power anymore, she wouldn't risk him ruining her child's life too. "The late Walder Frye," she said with a laugh as she turned and walked out of the room. In King's Landing, in the year 301 AC, Margaery felt the weight of her solitude amidst the bustling crowds. The Red Keep had never felt so empty to her. She missed Jaime, Loras, and Oberyn, and so did many others. Yet, her thoughts always returned to her husband. As she walked past the windows overlooking the sparring yard and heard the sounds of swords clashing, her instincts kicked in. For a brief moment, she found herself looking through the windows, almost expecting to see him facing off against Jaime, Oberyn, one of the Kingsguard, or training Tommen and Martin. She caught a glimpse of Joy heading down to the yard. Margaery found herself lingering in the stables, almost hoping to catch a glimpse of Jay waiting there with Winter and apples. Or perhaps she would hear the gentle strumming of a harp accompanied by a song, only to be disappointed as the sounds faded, leaving her with a dull ache in her heart. At night, when she lay alone in her bed, and in the early morning when she first awoke, his absence weighed heavily on her. It was during these moments that she felt the urge to let the tears fall, a release she often fought against. Ghost and the Indigo Dragon were her solace, and she often found herself engaged in quiet conversations with them. Her family and friends offered their support, but it was Elia who truly kept her from being overwhelmed by worries and fears. Her daughter was the bright light in her life, the joy that illuminated her days. Margaery had even taken to handling petitions with Elia cradled in her arms, caring little about how it might appear. The thought of her daughter being separated from both her and Jay was unbearable, and as a queen, she believed she should have the power to shape her own fate. It was during a day filled with petitions that everything changed. Suddenly, the day turned to night, and Barristan and Ser Richard swiftly escorted her from the throne room to her chambers, leaving her barely enough time to grasp what was happening. Once inside, with Elia in her arms, she stepped onto the balcony and gazed out at the city below. Panic echoed everywhere, and her own anxiety threatened to bubble over. But Ghost brushed against her, reassuring her that all was well and that Jay had not been harmed. With that knowledge, her heart began to calm. She returned to the room and gently laid Elia down in her crib. Almost as if sensing her presence, the Indigo Dragon flew over and settled in as if to stand guard. A small smile crept onto Margaery's face as she turned to her grandmother, ready to face whatever came next. Margaery addressed the others in the room. "We need to send for Lady Kinvara and some of the other Red Priests. Ser Richard, ensure that Ser Alliser, Ser Jeremy, and the Dragon's Teeth are dispatched into the city with torches and the message that all is well." The knight nodded and turned to leave. As he did, Willis, Ser Richard Lonmouth, Ser Eric, Rabar, and Ilaria entered her room. Margaery glanced around, noting who was missing. It struck her then, and with a look at Ghost and a nod to Sansa, she signaled for the White Wolf to be led out. She knew he would see Joy safely back to the Red Keep. He would find her and apples on their ride, and it relieved Margaery greatly to know she had no reason to fear for Jay's sister's safety now. Jay warned us this could happen, and neither Ghost nor the dragon seems concerned. So, our faith must remain strong, and we must believe that all is as it should be, she said, her tone more resolute than she truly felt. I need to address the people, Ser Richard, and we must send ravens throughout the realm to offer whatever assurances we can. Richard nodded. Your lips too, Richard. They'll be needed in the days to come. My lips stand ready, Your Grace, he replied before turning to leave, knowing his first stop would be to deliver her message to Gorman. Once he had departed, Margaery turned to the three Kingsguard. Barristan raised his concerns about her traveling to the Great September but accepted that it was necessary. Ser Rabar was dispatched to oversee the preparations, and Margaery took a seat at her and Jay's desk. Is this truly what His Grace expected? Her grandmother asked, worry etched on her face. We discussed this, grandmother. We anticipated that the long night might fall, and if it did, we were to fear it not. Jay will bring the dawn, of that, I'm certain. Her words seemed to reassure her, at least for the moment. Lady Kinvara arrived not long after. Margaery stood before her cousins and Oberyn's daughters, needing to step out for a moment to reassure the youngest among them. Less than an hour later, Ser Richard Lonmouth and Ser Richard Horp returned, confirming that her orders had been executed. Soon after, she arrived at the Great September, carrying Elia in her arms, with the indigo dragon soaring overhead. As she stood on the steps, she gazed out at the large crowd illuminated by countless torches. Ser Alliser, Ser Jeremy, and the men of the Dragon's Teeth had worked diligently to maintain order. Though there had been moments of panic and concern, they, along with the Red Priests and Priestesses, had managed to keep the situation under control. Yet, as Marjorie looked into the faces of the crowd, searching for answers, she realized they needed more than just security and light. They needed hope. She glanced down at Elia and found strength in her daughter's eyes. Drawing from that hope, she prayed her words would be enough to inspire her people. "Good men and women of King's Landing," she began, her voice steady, "I sense and share all your worries and concerns. I feel the fear that you do, yet I stand here, with no lie in my heart, and tell you that I am not afraid. My daughter, Princess Elia, is not afraid, and nor is her dragon." The indigo dragon chirped loudly, and she noticed some in the crowd begin to relax. The long night has fallen, and the war for the dawn has begun in earnest. There are those I love and care for in harm's way, and yet I remain unafraid. My husband, your king, the father of my daughter, fights in this war, not just for me or our daughter, but for those who stand by his side and for each and every one of you. He fights bravely, and though he is in danger, I am not afraid. As she spoke, she saw more and more faces in the crowd begin to ease. Leaning down, she placed a gentle kiss on Elia's forehead, drawing strength from her presence. Marjorie placed her hand gently on Elia's forehead. "While they fight, while my husband fights, we have our own battle to face. We are not fighting the same enemy, but rather the fear that threatens to steal our hope. I stand before you not just as your queen, but as a mother and a wife. Here, in this sacred place, I assure you that although the night is dark and filled with terrors, each of us carries a light within. It is a light that will guide us through the long night, a light that will dispel our fears, and one our king needs us to let shine. I am not afraid, because when I look out at all of you, I see that light. So, pray if it helps you, and take comfort in knowing that the Dragon's Teeth, the Gold Cloaks, the Faith, and the Priests of R'hllor stand by our side. Our king will win this war just as he triumphed in the last. Take solace in the knowledge that while my husband fights, I remain unafraid because I trust he will prevail and bring the dawn." Though there were no cheers, the sight before her filled her with a happiness greater than any applause. The crowd was resolute, and that strength would be essential to guide them through the long night. As she turned to head back to the carriage, she spotted Ghost leading Joy, Brienne, and Prince Trystane toward her. A smile broke across her face as the wolf ran to take his place by her side. Chapter 184, Mr. Night King, Tear Down This Wall, Part 6. Castle Black, 301 AC. Jaime sat in the common hall, going through the motions of eating, though it felt more like an obligation than a source of hunger or desire. As he scanned the room, he realized he wasn't alone in this sentiment. It had only been a day or two since night had fallen, at least, that's what he believed, as the absence of sunlight made it difficult to track the passing days. Yet, the strain of living in perpetual darkness was beginning to take its toll, and it was more than just the fear of what lurked in the shadows that threatened to drain morale. Jaime had done everything he could to lift the spirits of the men, and he wasn't alone in his efforts. Oberyn, Ned, Benjen, Mance, even Jeor Mormont and Stannis had all tried to maintain a jovial facade, far more cheerful than Jaime knew they truly felt. Seeing Stannis Baratheon crack jokes and wear a smile was a sight Jaime had never anticipated. The smile may have been forced, but knowing that was enough to keep Jaime from believing the world was truly ending. Tyrion and Aemon had also been alternating their visits to the wall. Ligeron or Sandorix would land just outside the gates, close enough to be seen, allowing either Jay's granduncle or Tyrion to walk through with Ser Jorah at their side. The sight of the white cloak in the darkness was reassuring, and knowing they had a dragon nearby boosted the men's spirits. The presence of the Red Priests, along with the words of Lady Melisandre, Thuras, and Makoro, provided a flicker of hope. The night was dark and full of terrors, but the belief that the prince that was promised would bring the dawn was a comforting thought. Jaime would find even more solace in that idea if only the prince were actually there with them. As he took a sip of his ale, he prepared to rise, only to see Oberyn and Ned Stark approaching. It seemed he would be staying up a little longer before heading to bed. "Jaime," Ned Stark said as he took his seat. The man was finally getting more comfortable using his name, and for a brief moment, it brought a smile to Jaime's face as he remembered how uneasy Ned had once been with him. Ned seemed to sense the shift, looking at him with curiosity. "I was remembering the Greyjoy Rebellion," Jaime continued, prompting Ned to focus on him. "My visit to Winterfell just after it." He noticed a smile spreading across Ned's face. "Gods, of all the things," Ned chuckled, the sound soon blossoming into a hearty laugh as Jaime elaborated on his thoughts. "You saying my name, Ned, how uncomfortable you were, and how you almost spat it out," Jaime said, a grin forming on his lips. Oberyn decided to join in on the light-hearted banter. "Was it like how I said it when I came to the Rock for the first time?" Oberyn asked, a larger smirk stretching across his face. "Aye, the very same. Who would have thought we'd all be speaking each other's names as friends all these years later?" Jaime remarked, observing the nods from both men in agreement. "My father used to say that we find our true friends on the battlefield, and while I agree with that, he was wrong too." "Perhaps there's more than one type of battlefield," Ned said with a chuckle. "I hated everything I thought you stood for, Jaime. I thought you were the worst of men, and for that, I'm sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about." "In a way, I was," Jaime replied, not needing to mention Jay's name. It was left to Oberyn to fill in the gap. "Our nephew has a way of bringing people together." Who else could have gotten a lion, a wolf, and a viper to not only sit at the same table but to actually want to do so? Oberyn said, and Jaime smiled, recognizing the truth in his words. Dorne, the North, the West, these three regions had long held animosity toward one another for various reasons. Some of that animosity stemmed from the men who ruled them, some from history, and perhaps some from jealousy as well. Even if that weren't the case, the history between Jaime, Ned, and Oberyn might have suggested that they could never be friends. Yet, while Jaime and Ned Stark were not the closest of companions, they had forged a friendship over time. As for Oberyn, Jaime was glad to call him a friend and truly enjoyed his company. "To Jay and to friends," Jaime said, raising his mug. "To Jay and to friends," echoed Ned and then Oberyn. After two more Alesh, Jaime made his way to his room, feeling pleasantly lightheaded rather than completely drunk. In a few hours, he would be back on top of the wall, so he welcomed the warmth of his room, the fire crackling in the hearth, and the softness of the mattress as he stripped off his clothes and fell onto the bed. What he didn't like was the emptiness surrounding him, especially the vacant space beside him. He longed for his wife's presence, yet he felt grateful that she was far from this place. As he drifted off to sleep, his thoughts turned to Daisy, his wife, and their children, Joanna, John, and Jay. Among them, he found himself wishing for just one to be here, the one who had no choice but to be present. For the others, just like Daisy, he was relieved they were far away from this place. my lord," he heard Farland shout, shaking him awake. "What is it? Are we under attack?" Jaime exclaimed, springing from the bed. "Lord Stark and Prince Oberyn request your presence on top of the wall." "Something is happening," Farland replied. Jaime nodded, quickly moving to put on his clothing and armor. The yard was bustling with men preparing for battle, and he noticed the Red Priests and members of the Company of the Rose already taking their positions as he made his way through the chaos toward the lift. Robb Stark, Clegane, the Small John, and Val were all aligning their men in a formation far more organized than they had been since Jay had flown from Castle Black. Concern filled Jaime as the lift finally began its ascent. Jaime climbed to the top of the wall, but as he reached the summit, his concerns only deepened at the sight before him. Oberyn, Ned, Jeor Mormont, Stannis, Mance, Tormund Giantsbane, and Lady Melisandre stood with their men, gazing out over the lands beyond the wall. He approached the Red Priestess, who seemed to be waiting for him, her eyes fixed in his direction. When he reached her, she gestured for him to look where the others were focused. It took him a moment to see clearly, and when he finally did, he wished he were blind or that his eyes had not become so attuned to the darkness. An army loomed at the edge of the trees, far larger than he had ever imagined, and among them, he spotted the White Walkers themselves. "The time has come, my lord," she said softly. Jaime nodded as the army began to move and the horn sounded in the distance. Eastwatch, 301 AC. Dany felt the pain in her shoulder had faded, yet a dull throb remained, a reminder of her injury that flared up if she moved it a certain way. Remarkably, her wound had healed well, and the maester was pleased with her progress. Dany was equally satisfied as she swung her sword from left to right while standing on the deck of the Dragon's Breath. Owain watched her with concern in his eyes, but for now, she was unconcerned. Her focus was on building strength in her arm and ensuring it was as powerful as she desired. Once she finished practicing with the sword, she moved on to the daggers, her movements becoming even more frantic. The sword would buy her time if needed, but the daggers would bring her vengeance and justice. By the time she finished, she was sweating heavily. Next, she turned to the bow. For the first few moments, she simply drew the bowstring tight and released it without an arrow, focusing on building her strength. After that, she began honing her accuracy, firing at the target she had set up at the bow of the ship. It was a routine, one she was determined to perfect. Dany was determined to push herself, ignoring the concerns of those around her. No words urging her to rest or warning her about overexertion registered in her mind. She didn't care if she pushed herself too hard, she needed to be ready. This focus took her to a place where she could think clearly, where her mind could concentrate on what needed to be done instead of dwelling on her fears. But no matter how hard she tried to distract herself, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Belwas and Sandor. Ever since she learned the truth, tears had fallen for them. "Thank the gods, you're well," Owain said, kissing her softly. Dany turned to see Grey Worm and Bonifer looking just as relieved as her husband. "Elegon, Jay?" she asked, and Owain reassured her that both were safe. It was only then that she realized someone was missing. "Sandor, where's Sandor?" "Belwas, he and Sandor." "I must go to them," she insisted, trying to rise from the bed. Owain reached out to stop her. "Dany, you must rest," he said, his worried voice laced with something deeper. Although she didn't want to add to his worries, it was his concern that she focused on rather than alleviating it for now. "Sandor, where is he?" she pressed, her determination evident. Owain looked to Grey Worm and Bonifer instead of answering her directly. "Owain, tell me where he is," she demanded, her voice rising. "He." "Belwas, they didn't make it," Owain finally said. Dany's gaze shifted from her husband to Grey Worm and then to Bonifer, searching for the truth in their expressions. "No, he couldn't." Sandor was, he couldn't. "I must go to him, please." Her words rushed out, and as Owain wrapped his arms around her, she broke down and sobbed. The thought of him not being there was too much to bear. Though she thought of Belwas too, it was Sandor who brought forth her tears. Dany felt her heart shatter. Sandor was family, her protector. Without him, she couldn't fathom what her life would have been like. She had been a scared, meek little girl when he found her, and it was because of him that she had transformed into the dragon she was meant to be. Her dragons belonged to her only because of Sandor. Her aunt, her nephew, her brother, they were all in her life because of him. The very air she breathed was a gift from him. Had he not come to her when he did, she might have ended up dead, just like Viserys. he couldn't be gone. There had to be some mistake. No one was as fierce or strong as Sandor, and she knew he wouldn't leave her alone. She had to see him, to know for herself. So, she asked Owain to take her to him, only to be met with devastating news. He fell, Dany. He and Belwas fell after you did. And were it not for them both. I'm sorry, Dany. I'm so sorry. Owain's voice was heavy with regret, trying to offer her comfort that she couldn't yet accept. Is he one of them? She whispered, her lips trembling. She held her breath as Owain shook his head. Jay and Rhaenys, they. He began, and Dany nodded, understanding. Sandor had always hated the flames, feared them deeply. Yet, she couldn't help but think that, in the end, he might have welcomed them. But she kept this thought to herself as she allowed Owain to hold her. It pained her to send her husband, Bonifer, and Grey Worm away. She didn't want to be alone, yet she needed to be. Dany wished to mourn the man who meant so much to her, and she wanted to do so privately. He deserved her full attention, and today was for him alone. She would mourn Belwas too, but not today. Today was for the man who had seen her as a little sister and, until she met her husband, had been the most important man in her life. Once they left, she cried against the pillow, and eventually, her tears took over. That night, as Dany drifted off to sleep, her dreams were filled with memories of sitting around the fire with Sandor during their travels through Essos. She remembered the lessons he taught her, how to swing a sword, use a dagger, and wield a bow. He had shared his insights about the world, cautioning her that it was full of deceitful people. Not all of them are like that, he had told her, but you need to know which ones are. By the time they reached Westeros, she felt she understood, thanks to him. I miss you, big brother. I pray you found your peace, and I thank you for everything you've done for me, she whispered as she awoke the next morning. With renewed determination, she vowed to make the Night King pay for taking him from her. In the days that followed, she doubled her training efforts, preparing herself for whatever challenges lay ahead. She and Aegon had flown only once, and although she had walked the distance from Dragon's Breath to where her dragon would land, it hadn't been enough. Today would be different, she promised herself as she set the bow down and made her way to her rooms, Owain following closely behind. Once inside, she approached her armor. Owain looked at her with concern as he moved to help her put it on. You're going flying? He asked softly. I need to be more ready. We've been lucky so far, but that luck won't hold out for long, she replied. He nodded in understanding, earning a kiss from her. Thank you, she said, offering him a smile as he secured the last piece of her armor. Once she was sure her armor fit snugly, Owain joined her as they walked from the room and down the gangplank. Grey Worm and Bonifer accompanied them as she made her way to Aegon. Her dragon was as eager to fly as she was, and with a joyful trill, she climbed onto Aegon's back and settled into the saddle. She wore her determination like armor, ready to face whatever awaited her in the skies. Dany was armed with daggers, her sword strapped to her side, and her bow and quiver slung across her back. She wanted to be fully prepared for whatever challenges might arise. With a final glance at Owain, Bonifer, and Grey Worm, she and Aegon took to the sky. They soared over what had once been the Free Folk encampment, continuing on to where the Northerners had set up their own camp, ready for evacuation. Dany felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw both sites were empty, the people long gone. Her nephew had ordered their evacuation, as well as that of those on the other side of the north. This meant that much of the land was now deserted, save for the fighting men and women. She was grateful for this, after all, Sandor and Belwas had fallen. If the Night King and the army of the dead could overpower them, then those who couldn't fight were certainly not safe. After confirming that there were no stragglers for miles around, Dany turned back toward the camp and the wall itself. Aegon flew low, allowing their men to see both her and the dragon, a reminder that they were ready should the need arise. Dany sensed that need was approaching, and it weighed heavily on her. As they neared the wall, the wound in her shoulder began to throb more intensely. When they flew past it and out toward the sea, she felt something strange pulling at her. Turning to look over her shoulder, she sensed an irresistible draw to the west. Though Aegon hesitated, he obeyed Dany's command and veered in that direction. It was the sight of Rhaegal flying alone in the air that halted her. The sounds coming from her son were filled with pain and sadness, and Dany's heart tightened as she and Aegon moved toward him. They glided alongside Rhaegal, and she urged him to join them on the ground. The green dragon complied, albeit reluctantly. Once they landed, Dany climbed down from Aegon's back and approached Rhaegal. The look in his eyes told her everything she needed to know. "What is it, my son? What troubles you so?" Dany asked, her heart aching as she looked into Rhaegal's eyes. For a moment, she wondered if he could sense her own losses. Trying to reassure him, she added, "I miss him, I miss them both, but I'm doing what I must. I will avenge Sandor and Belwas." But it soon became clear that her concerns were not what troubled Rhaegal. She gently stroked his snout, her fingers gliding over the spots that made Aegon trill, yet her touch seemed to bring Rhaegal no comfort, which only deepened her worry. A thought crept into her mind, one she couldn't shake. As her breath grew shallow and her heart raced, panic washed over her. She instinctively moved away from Rhaegal, feeling Aegon shift closer to her. But she needed to know the truth. With fear and trepidation, she approached Rhaegal again and asked, "Rhaenyra, is she hurt?" The response came in the form of a long wail, a pained scream that echoed in the air. Dany fell to her knees, joining him in a shared anguish that seemed to reverberate through the very ground beneath them. The Night Fort, 301 AC, Aemon welcomed the gift of sight, the ability to look upon his kin and truly see them for the first time. He reveled in nights spent reading books he had long neglected, as well as discovering new tales he had never known existed. From atop Sandorix, he could view the world as it soared through the sky, witnessing the dedication of those who served his family and revealed their truths each day. He cherished the way people looked at him, at Dany, and especially at Jae and Elia. Yet, despite these joys, Aemon would have gladly remained blind if it meant he wouldn't have to witness the long night fall for real. Waking up in darkness was nothing new to him, he had endured it for years. But for others, that darkness was draining, not just physically, but mentally as well. It weighed down on the very soul. Tyrion did his best to keep the men's spirits up, and with the help of Sandorix and Ligeron, they managed to lift their morale, albeit only a little. The true boost came when Jae wielded Lightbringer, nothing else seemed to have the same effect. However, Jae had other responsibilities that demanded his attention, and every day he sped away from Castle Black, the men's morale suffered. Aemon knew that while it was good to hear that spirits were high elsewhere, it was here that his nephew was needed the most. When a bird began to chirp loudly and landed on Aemon's shoulder, he felt a flicker of hope. Sandorix grew impatient, urging Aemon to fly with him, and Aemon was more than happy to oblige. Little did he know, their destination would be the Night Fort, a place he had never liked and one he had rarely visited. As he looked down and saw the signs of battle, he couldn't help but feel that it was not a place he wanted to be now either. Sandorix landed next to Rhaenys, and Aemon welcomed the sight of his nephew and Ser Arthur waiting to greet him. Jae wore a look that was difficult for Aemon to read. "You got my message," Jae said, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I take it this is where you wished me to be?" Aemon asked, curious. Jae nodded. "We must speak, uncle. Walk with me." Aemon nodded and moved to his nephew's side. He glanced at the two dragons enjoying their reunion but then realized there should be another dragon present. Where was Rhaegal? Where was Rhaenyra? Turning to look at his nephew, Aemon could see Jae's expression more clearly now, even in the moonless sky. He appeared drawn and pale, as if he hadn't slept enough. It was the worried crease in his forehead that caught Aemon's attention, a worry that he sensed he would soon share. As they walked on, Aemon braced himself for what was to come. A short distance from the dragons, Ser Arthur had taken steps to ensure they weren't disturbed. Jae turned to him, urgency in his voice. "Sherera, uncle." "He has Sherera," Jae said. Aemon looked at his nephew in disbelief. Surely, he couldn't be saying what Aemon thought he was. "The Night King?" Aemon asked, though he felt it was a foolish question. He needed an answer, and his nephew's nod confirmed his fears. "How?" he asked, shaking his head in disbelief. Jae began to recount the events. He explained how Ser Garland and his men, along with Sherera, had deemed the night fort too dangerous to stay in and had camped outside instead. Randyll Tarly and Mathis Rowan, with their own men, had dismissed them as fools. Over time, the night fort's ancient magic had taken its toll on those who lingered. Aemon listened intently as Jae described his arrival to find his men embroiled in chaos. Garland's men were clashing with Randyll's and Mathis's forces. If he hadn't arrived when he did, he feared he would have lost them all. "Sherera, Jae?" Aemon pressed, focusing on the one thing he truly needed to know. "Tarly took her beyond the wall, uncle." "He took her to him," Jae said, his worry overshadowing his sadness for the moment. "Why?" Aemon asked, and although Jae answered, it wasn't the question Aemon had intended to ask. "I believe the night fort is open to him, but not in the way he can simply walk through it. If that were the case, he would have done so already. Rather, the magic here and his own powers work together more easily. He exploited their fears against them." Mathis Rowan thought he was back in the aftermath of the rebellion, surrounded by traitors. His guilt over my father's death and the losses of Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys twisted his perception, causing him to see the Tyrells as enemies. Had there been Lannister men here as well, he would have sought their end too. As for Randyll, I know not what he saw, Jae said, and Aemon reached out to place his hand on Jae's shoulder. "Sherera, Jae. Why would he want Sherera brought to him?" Aemon asked, clarifying the question he had posed earlier. "What? Oh. I believe he seeks a queen, uncle." "A corpse queen," Jae replied, and Aemon shuddered at the thought. "You have a plan for her, for our kin?" he asked, a hint of anger in his voice. "I do, which is why I need you here, uncle. I need you with these men." "They'll need a dragon should he come," Jae explained, and Aemon nodded. Then he suddenly remembered Regal. "Where's Regal, Jae?" he asked. As Jae began to explain that he had sent the dragon away, something caught Aemon's eye. He looked up to the sky and saw them before Jae did. "Dany," he said softly, noticing his nephew frown as he saw Elegon and Regal flying toward them. They moved back to where the other two dragons were, now also looking to the sky. Sandor seemed far happier than Rhaenys did to welcome his siblings and mother to the ground. When they landed, Dany almost jumped off Elegon's back and practically ran to them. She locked eyes with Jae and unleashed a torrent of words filled with anger and pain. "Where is she? Why are you not with her? Where is my aunt?" Dany demanded, pushing against Jae, who tried to take her into his arms. He finally succeeded as Dany all but collapsed against him. Aemon helped as Jae moved Dany to his tent. She looked tired, and though she fought against it when Jae urged her to rest, she eventually agreed. Moments after laying down, she was already drifting off. Jae glanced at Aemon and gestured for him to join him outside, but he stayed in the tent for a few more moments. When he finally emerged, he left the tent open so he could keep an eye on his niece. "I've warged into the birds near Oraine's ship," he began, ready to share his next move. "I hope they got the message that Dany is safe and here with us," Jae said. Aemon nodded in agreement. "She shouldn't be here, not with her wound," his nephew replied. Aemon looked at him, shocked. What had happened while he was safe and well with Tyrion? "She was hurt?" Aemon asked, though he wanted to say more. "Yes," She lost Sandor and strong Belwas too. And now this with Jaehaerys. I need to speak to the dragons, uncle. Can you watch over her for me? Jay requested. Aemon nodded, smiling as a few moments later, men wearing the Tyrell sigil took their places near the tent. He went back inside and sat beside his niece. About an hour later, Jay returned, bringing food with him. The smell was enough to wake Dany, and though she asked for Jaehaerys once more, Jay urged them both to eat, and for now, she listened. I need you to send Regal back to Dragonstone, Dany. I thought he would listen to me, but he can't be here. I can't have him here. Can you do it? Will you? Jay pleaded. Jaehaerys, Jay, where is she? Dany asked, not paying attention to his request for now. Aemon watched as his niece grew worried and then angry when Jay told her what had happened. I'm going to her, Dany. I won't let him, but I need your help. Regal can't be riderless. We can't risk a dragon falling into his hands, and I fear he'll try to reach his rider no matter what, Jay explained. You think he'll cross the wall? Aemon asked, uncertain if his nephew was right about this. No, but I do fear the wall may not hold, uncle. If the Night King makes it to this side, then I believe Regal will forego all sense and fly to Jaehaerys. Unless I have her with me, I can't allow it, Jay said, and Dany looked at him with concern. You don't believe you'll save her? Do you really believe that? Dany asked, her tone sharp with accusation. What I believe and what will happen are not up to me, Dany, Jay replied. I want to save her, to bring her back. But if I can't, I have to be prepared. If he gets a dragon, we're going to lose even more men than we already have. I lost over 3,000 at Castle Black in one night, nearly 7,000 here, and I haven't even had time to find out the numbers at Eastwatch. Aemon noticed Dany retreating inward, her mind fixated on two specific losses rather than the overall toll. I'll send him away, Dany said resolutely. Jay reached out and took her hand in his. I'll find her, and if I can, I swear I'll bring her back, he promised. Dany nodded, but then Jay added, Dany, you need to go back to Eastwatch. Reluctantly, she agreed. The night is darkest before the dawn, Dany, but the dawn is coming, Jay said as he rose to his feet and walked out of the tent. Aemon offered Dany whatever comfort he could find in his words, expressing his sorrow about Sandor and Belwas. When they left the tent and made their way to the dragons, Jay was already there, standing with Arthur and Ser Garland. He instructed Aemon to speak with the Tyrell Knight and discuss plans for where he would stay. Aemon watched as Jay spoke to Regal, followed by Dany who spoke to Rhaenys. Sandorix joined in, and then Dany bid farewell to both Aemon and Jay before climbing onto Elegon's back. Jay was not far behind, and with a nod to him and Ser Garland, his nephew and Ser Arthur climbed onto Rhaenys. In an instant, 4 dragons became one. Aemon looked on as Jay soared toward the wall while Dany headed east and Regal flew south. May the gods be on our side, he murmured softly. As he turned to walk with Ser Garland back to the camp, Jaehaerys Targaryen pushed through his exhaustion. Beyond the wall, in the year 301 AC, Rhaenys was worried about him, but his sister understood he had rested as much as he could. The men needed to see him, and he had made sure they did, standing alongside Lightbringer to lift their spirits after everything that had happened. Mathis Rowan had nearly returned to his former self. Jay had found the magic of the sword to be like a bucket of cold water thrown over a drunken man. The Lord of Golden Grove, shamed by his actions, had begged for forgiveness, this time genuinely, rather than for his perceived failings. I should lose my head, Your Grace. I would welcome it, Mathis said, but Jay shook his head in response. If anyone is at fault, my lord, it's me. I should have recognized the power in that place, but I did not. So, I ask you to keep your head and be who I need you to be. What happened here is a darkness that does not rest on your shoulders. I know my words won't ease your guilt, but I need you, my lord. Ser Garland needs you, and your men need you. Honor those who have passed by being there for those who still breathe. Mathis nodded, accepting the weight of Jay's words. Both Arthur and Garland had questioned whether it was wise to place his faith in Mathis after recent events, but Jay had reassured them that it was the right decision. He had spent time with each of the men who had stayed in the night fort, and together, he and Lightbringer had, he believed, helped guide them back into the light. They would be sorely needed, just like Eamon, and Jay felt a sense of relief upon seeing his uncle arrive, though he was less enthusiastic about the difficult news he would have to share regarding their aunt. When his other aunt arrived, the heaviness of the moment struck him even more profoundly. It was hard to tell her what had occurred. Dany had already endured losses that were almost too much for her to bear, and he hoped his words would be enough to help them through this dark time. They soared into the sky and flew over the wall, with no clear sense of direction. North was all that occupied his mind. She was north, the Night King was north, and so north was where he would go. As they flew over Whiteree, a strong urge to land took hold of him, and so they did. Rhaenys was not keen on being grounded, a sentiment shared by Arthur as well. But for Jay, something beckoned him here. As they walked through the village, he soon realized what had compelled him to land. The massive weirwood tree seemed to call out to him, and he approached it eagerly. Its mouth was larger than any he had ever seen before, jagged and wide enough to fit an animal. Peering into that gaping mouth, he noticed burned bones resting inside. "Jay, we should." Arthur began, but Jay shook his head. His hand instinctively moved to his knife as he made a small cut on the old scar, allowing his blood to drip into the mouth and over the bones. Almost immediately, he found himself transported away, landing on the Isle of Faces. "I worried you would not come," Malora said, and as Jay looked at her, he felt she appeared different, something his expression must have revealed. "I am who I'm meant to be now, my prince, and there is much you must see," she continued, extending her hand. He stepped closer, allowing her to lead him into the glade where he had first encountered the god he had killed. The weirwoods loomed like guardians, and he was surprised to find Leaf and all the children gathered there. Each stood by one of the trees, and though he couldn't see them clearly, he swore he sensed the presence of familiar shadows behind them. It seemed the old gods had come to speak to him as well, though none uttered a word. It was left to Malora to be their voice, to impart their wisdom and commands. "You are on a fool's errand, my prince. You cannot save your kin, not in the way you wish to do so. Further and further, you'll be drawn away from where you're meant to be, and you'll not find that which you seek," Malora said. Jay's anger flared in response. "You asked me to give up more of my family. I will not. We've given you enough blood for countless lifetimes. You've taken more from us than from anyone, and yet still you seek more," he almost shouted. "It is not us who seek it, my prince. We don't control all, much though you may believe we do. Shurera is lost to you, you won't find her or save her if you continue on your path," Malora replied. "So I should just what? Forget about her? Accept her as a casualty of war? I will not. I cannot," he said, his voice softening, though the anger still simmered beneath the surface. "We ask no more of you than you can give, my prince. We cannot force you to do our will, we can only tell you what must be done," Malora said. Jay sighed, realizing that a choice that wasn't truly a choice was soon to be presented to him once again. "What is it you wish of me?" he asked, feeling Malora come closer, her hand gently touching his head and guiding him to the ground. The images came fast and fleeting, and Jay's worries deepened as he saw each one. By the time it was over, he was already on his feet, unable to hear Melora's words as he sought his way from the Isle of Faces back to Whiteree. Yet once again, he found himself not where he expected. He strolled down the beach of Dragonstone and saw Daenerys walking toward him, purpose in her steps. "Why have you not done what you must?" she asked, her voice laced with anger. Jay looked at her, confusion etched on his face. "Done what I must?" He echoed. Have you not read my journal? Have you not understood? Is all I did for nothing? She exclaimed, and Jae could feel her despair. I was lost. I had so much to do, he replied, and she reached out, her fingers brushing against his cheek. He almost leaned into her touch, comforted by it. Then do what you must, Jaehaerys, for the time is at hand. Hand, she said, surprising him when she kissed his cheek. The smile on her face lingered as she stepped away. I placed my faith in you. Don't let it be for nothing. Jae nodded in response. The cool snow brushed against his face, and the voices of Rhaenys and Arthur filled the air, loud and urgent as they shook him and shouted. Though their shouts were filled with worry and concern, they soon faded as he opened his eyes and spoke. Where were you? You left me? Rhaenys asked, her worry evident, more than sadness, which he was relieved to see. Not by choice, big sister. There is much I must do, he replied, and for now, she let it go. Arthur handed him a cloth, and he wiped the blood from his nose. The knight looked at him with both concern and relief as Jae sat up and then stood easily. The gods wished to speak to me, Arthur. This was their magic, not my own, he explained, letting the blood soak into the cloth. You were here, then you were gone, Jae. Thankfully, it was only for a few moments, Arthur said, and Jae nodded in acknowledgement. We need to be on the other side of the wall, Arthur. Come, it's time we leave this place, he said, and Arthur seemed just as pleased with this decision as Rhaenys was. Shaerra? Arthur asked, looking at him expectantly. Not today, Jae replied softly. The Battle of the Wall, 301 AC. The Night Fort. Garland stood on top of the wall, despite his reluctance to be in such a terrible place. The truth was, they were still there to defend it. He gazed out over the wide expanse below. No one slept in the night fort itself, although they ate there, it was only the men on guard who did so. Jae had spoken to him about the magic of this place, and while Garland didn't fully understand it, he accepted what his good brother had said. To him, there was no one who knew more about magic than Jae, something Aemon had acknowledged after Jae's departure, and Shaerra had understood before him. She'd been taken, they had both told him. Garland reached down to touch the ruby around his neck, the one she had given him, which, by all accounts, had saved his life. For that reason alone, he would have wished to venture beyond the wall to bring her back, but he knew he could not. A warrior he might be, yet in that battle, he was out of his depth. So he left it to the one man equipped to fight for her safe return. Garland hoped for his success, prayed for it, and cursed Randall Tarly, despite Jae's insistence that it wasn't the man's fault. Sir, a voice called out, breaking his concentration. Garland tried to clear his mind as he moved toward the source. Out there, sir, the man said, pointing into the darkness. Garland looked out but saw nothing. Still, a chill ran down his spine. Perhaps that was why he ordered the arrows to be set ablaze and fired. What he saw as they flew through the air would haunt him for the rest of his life. Moving toward the wall was a mass of dead men, or what he assumed were dead men, as he could see them only as shadowy shapes. The scream of one man, dragged from the wall, forced him and the others to look down. They witnessed the dead climbing up it. How they had managed to do so quietly was beyond him, but it didn't matter. Stones. Drop the stones. He shouted as he moved down the line, relieved to see no one hesitating for a second order. He watched as the dead men fell into the dark void below, the night welcoming them as they lost their grip and plummeted, gods only knew how far, into what. The thought crossed his mind as if placed there by someone else. He ordered the pitch to be lit and dropped, watching as the mass of dead at the base of the wall burned. A flicker of satisfaction stirred within him. A fall, no matter the height, couldn't kill something that was already dead. Garland knew that the undead were already dead, and everyone at the wall understood that the only things capable of combating them were fire, dragonglass, and dragon steel. For now, they had only fire at their disposal. As they dropped more rocks and balls of burning pitch, he hoped it would be enough. He had no idea where the bird had come from, and at first, he almost struck it down with his sword. If someone were to ask him later why he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to explain, nor could he understand why it landed on his shoulder and began to chirp loudly. It was only when he noticed the whiteness of its eyes that he realized it was Jae who had sent it to him. As his men began to run out of stone and pitch, Garland found himself taking orders from a bird. Eastwatch. Orain. She was in no condition to fly, yet she had managed to do so, and every moment she was away felt like an eternity. He wasn't alone in his worry. Bonifer and Grey Worm were also focused on their tasks, their eyes constantly scanning the sky for a glimpse of Aegon and Dany. When the horn blew, it caught him off guard, leaving him nearly paralyzed until Grey Worm nudged him back into action. Of all the times for an attack to occur, it had to be when they had no dragon to summon. But in that moment, Garland didn't crave Aegon's fire. He longed to see his wife and ensure she was well after all she had endured. If he had his way, he would have kept the news about Sandor and Belwas from her for a few more days, waiting until she was fully recovered before delivering such painful information. His wife was stubborn and determined, though, and he had honored her request to tell her the truth. As he had expected, the news had hurt her greatly, but it had also ignited a fierce determination in her that he had always admired. Garland just hoped that determination hadn't led her to do something reckless. As Bonifer moved into position, he hoped she would return soon. "You must take the ships to sea, my lord," Bonifer urged. Orain shook his head. "Dany." "I need to wait for Dany," he replied, his worry and desperation evident in his voice. "The princess will return, and just like your own, her concern will be for her love. There are people on the ship who need to be elsewhere, the other ships need to be elsewhere." "Go, my lord, and go now," Bonifer insisted as he turned to head toward the fighting. "Ser Bonifer, you can't." "Grey Worm." Orain began, watching as the Unsullied moved with a group of men. "The fight is upon us, my lord. Should the Seven will it, then I shall see you and my princess again. If it's my time to fall, then I'll see my love once more. Go, my lord, be safe, and worry not about an old knight," Bonifer said, moving further away. "Grey Worm." Orain called out, but the Unsullied only shook his head. "I fight for Princess Daenerys Stormborn," Grey Worm replied. With that, Orain was left alone, save for a few of his own men. He looked around at the crew on the deck of the Dragon's Breath, all of them casting worried glances at him and the distant fires. Though he couldn't hear the battle raging nearby, its presence was unmistakable. As he stood there, motionless, he suddenly heard a bird call out loudly. The eagle had been resting on the mast for days, and Orain had almost welcomed its presence during his strolls on the deck, both when he awoke and just before sleep. In all that time, it had been silent. Now, it was anything but. "Listen to the damn birds, all of you," Jae said. He remembered how insistent his good nephew had been about that, how he had told them all that when they sailed here. Orain had thought he meant the caged bird in Daenerys's and his own quarters, not this eagle. Now, he wondered if Jae had left more than one near them both. "Make ready, we sail. To open water, give the orders to the other ships," he said. As he moved to his position, he saw an arrow fired into the air, a clear flame streaking upwards. In less than an hour, the Dragon's Breath and the rest of the ships were at sea. In the distance, he spotted flames being laid down, and he knew that either Jae or Daenerys herself had returned. He quickly sent for his Myrishe, feeling a mix of relief and worry when he saw it was his wife. Aegon was unleashing her fire, and atop her, Daenerys looked even more majestic than he had always found her to be. Orain offered a small thanks to the gods, followed by a prayer for her swift return. At Eastwatch, a chill suddenly enveloped him, seeping into his bones. He sensed, somehow, what it meant. Racing through the camp, he called men to his side. By the time he reached the water's edge, he had gathered more than 100. He saw Garin standing there with the water wizards and, for once, looked past his love as the ice began to form on the surface of the water. It was different this time. He noticed Garin's smile fade when the dead finally came into view. "There are more of them," Garin said, shock evident in his voice. It wasn't just the return of the dead that startled him, it was the sheer number of them, making their last encounter seem like a mere skirmish. "To arms! To arms!" Orain called out. The horn sounded, once, twice, and then a long, loud blast that left no doubt, the fight was upon them once more. Loras watched as Nessala and the other water wizards chanted, the water beginning to bubble under their magic. He turned to see the last of the ship setting sail, and he felt a sense of relief watching them go. Unlike the last time he had witnessed the water wizards in action, this moment felt charged with a different kind of urgency. It seemed this time, their power was truer, fuller. Loras and the others watched in awe as a massive wave began to form. It must have been more than 50 feet high, and he wouldn't even dare to guess its length. In unison, the water wizards moved and turned, and the wave surged forward. It crashed over the edge of the ice, sweeping away everything in its path before retreating back toward the sea. Though the darkness obscured much of the scene, he could see bodies beneath the wave, far more than he could begin to count. As the wave fell back into the sea from which it had come, Loras noticed Nessala and the other water wizards nearly collapse to the ground. Garin was calling for men and horses to take them to rest. "Ride to the other camp. Stay with them and prepare in case you need to ride further. The boats are, or should be, where we left them. Make sure they're ready to leave if needed," Garin instructed. Then he turned to Loras. "Their fight is done for the day. The rest is up to us." Loras nodded, then looked back at the ice with a sigh. It didn't matter how many the wave had taken or that those it had claimed were no longer in the fight. The army of the dead seemed to have more than enough bodies to replace them, and where there had been emptiness just moments ago, the ice was now once again full. Raising his hand, Loras gave the order for the arrows to fly, and fly they did. Their burning tips soon struck home, yet they made little impact on the enemy's numbers. He watched as more ice began to form, narrowing the gap between them and the army they were about to face. Then, a cheer erupted as the dragon roared overhead. "The king?" he asked hopefully, struggling to identify which dragon soared in the sky. "The princess," Garin said, pointing out Elegon to him. "A dragon all the same," Loras replied with a smile, though he hoped it masked his disappointment that it was Dany and not Jae who had arrived. Elegon unleashed her flames, and Loras marveled at the sight. Neither the dragon nor the princess showed any signs of tiring, and as he and his men stood there watching, he couldn't help but feel impressed. But eventually, even dragons grow weary, and the spears and arrows aimed at Elegon and Dany began to get perilously close. Loras found himself almost shouting for them to fly away, to escape the danger they were inviting, though his words were lost in the distance. Suddenly, he heard a chirping sound and looked up to see a bird flying toward him. It landed gently in his outstretched hand, its white eyes conveying everything he needed to know. Despite the dire situation, a smile broke across his face. Castle Black. Mance. The rider had come to inform him that she had left on one of the ships, and he let out a huge sigh of relief. Knowing that Dalla and his son were safe felt almost selfish, especially given the peril he and the rest of the free folk faced. Yet as he shared with Tormund about his daughters and youngest son, along with others who mattered to them, he realized he wouldn't be the only one feeling this way today. That knowledge made the meal they shared that night, or was it day, a bit more bearable. The food was good and plentiful for those manning the wall, but he and many others had lost their appetites since arriving. They had been treated well enough, and aside from one or two crows who still had issues with him and his people, no one, including the Lord Commander, had spoken ill of them. Perhaps Jae was right, we truly discover our friends on the battlefield. Given the reality of the battle ahead, this would soon be tested. The Northern Lords had welcomed his people, with the Great John, who was half-giant, forming an unexpected friendship with Tormund. Loras recalled the many Alesh he had shared with Ned Stark, each one strengthening the bonds between them. Mance chuckled, finding great amusement in the fact that the Lord of Winterfell was now considered kin, thanks to Benjen's recent marriage to his good sister. Their strongest champions, apart from Benjen Stark, were the Dornishmen, especially Prince Oberyn. Oberyn had fought alongside them, sharing in their struggles, and had openly expressed his admiration for Mance's people, a sentiment very few would dare to voice. Mance had always enjoyed standing on the wall with Prince Oberyn. The prince had a knack for bringing humor to any situation, never appearing downcast or anxious. Still, Mance knew that, like him, Oberyn had his worries too, now that he was one of them. "There is no word from the king?" Mance asked, and Oberyn shook his head. "I'd hoped he'd have returned by now," Oberyn replied. "The other dragon, the one who left, do you think he went because the king called for him?" Mance watched as Oberyn nodded. "Because he was in danger?" Mance's voice was tinged with concern. Oberyn smirked and placed a reassuring hand on Mance's shoulder. "My nephew is always in danger, Mance. I once thought my life was full of adventure. In my youth, I traveled east, fought for coin, and chased danger just to feel the thrill of it. Jay never seeks it out, yet no one has encountered it more than he has. So yes, I believe he's in danger, and I worry for him. But I have no doubt he will return." Mance took comfort in Oberyn's words, but that solace was short-lived. No sooner had Benjen approached them than the horn sounded. Mance, Oberyn, and the others turned to see an army illuminated by a storm of flaming arrows soaring through the sky from where Jaime Lannister stood. Mance hurried over to Tormund and the others, nearly slipping on the ice as he glanced not toward the lands beyond the wall or the army of the dead, but to the sky. There was still no sign of the king or his dragon, and without them, he feared for their fate. Enough to hold even for a short night, let alone a long one. Castle Black. Jaime. It was the bird that warned him, its chirps echoing as it fluttered in front of him before darting out over the edge of the wall and back again. The message was clear, and it brought him great relief to know that Jay was with him, even if it wasn't in the way he had hoped. He ordered the arrows to be lit and fired his own first, watching intently as it illuminated the advancing dead. With a raised hand, he signaled for the others to release their arrows, and the horn sounded. The dead men below were soon engulfed in flames, while on top of the wall, others began firing their arrows in quick succession. Jaime glanced over to see Ned Stark, Benjen, Oberyn, Mance, and Tormund. Further down, he spotted Stannis and Jeor Mormont, all of them shouting orders to the men. Arrows flew, rocks tumbled, and pitch was dropped. The dead had started to climb the second wall, and soon they would face Dragonglass and Dragonsteel. Jaime closed his eyes and offered a silent prayer for Dragonfire to join the fight. It felt like an eternity before the first of the dead reached the top of the wall, but the men guarding it were ready, far more prepared this time. The few days of respite since the last attack had allowed them not only to rest but also to adjust their tactics. Men now formed lines 3 deep, and after facing the dead for a short time, they rotated out more swiftly. Some of the larger men wielded long poles, using them to shove the dead from the wall down to the ground far below. Those who had already fought them understood the lessons that experience taught. For moons, they had trained to fight a certain way, preparing for the enemy they now faced. But no amount of training could replace the reality of battle. Now that they had seen and faced the dead, the lessons had truly sunk in. 1 shot, 1 kill. Move your spear, hit home, and pull it back as quickly as you can. Jaime shouted, watching in awe as his men executed the movements with precision. Fire! Fire! He called out, noticing some of the men trying to take a rest. They all needed to be in sync for this strategy to work, and the archers, who had been momentarily distracted, sprang into action at his command. He hoped he had given enough orders that they could follow without him having to shout again. The dead were upon them, and it was time for Jaime to confront them directly. Words would not suffice now, black fire needed to be swung. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The count continued, but the dead kept coming. When the light broke, he and the others turned away from its brightness. Jaime glanced down to see the second wall was empty. The dead had retreated to the trees only to surge forward again. He looked up at the sky, not alone in this action. He wondered where Jay was, yet he saw no sign of him or Rhaenys. Instead, he noticed birds, more than one, hovering inches from their faces. Jaime, Oberyn, Ned Stark, and Benjen all stared at the birds as they began to chirp, then flew back over the wall and down to the courtyard below, only to return and repeat the process. Jaime exchanged glances with the others, and he could see they understood the same message. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he steeled himself for the order he was about to give. "Retreat! Retreat!" he shouted, not alone in his command. Oberyn, Ned, and Benjen echoed him, and moments later, Mance, Tormund, Stannis, and Jeor Mormont joined in as well. Castle Black, 301 AC. Jaehaerys Targaryen had wished more than anything to be at Castle Black, to reunite with his family. But after what he had witnessed through the weirwood, he had found the need to understand everything was overwhelming. He craved solitude, a break from distractions, and Castle Black was not the place for that. It would be filled with questions and reunions. So, they landed a bit away from the castle. While Rhaenys fed, he and Arthur shared a meal, but he found himself holding the bloody cloth he had wiped his nose with in one hand, while the other clutched Daenerys' journal. He settled down and began to read. Some of the revelation stunned him. Daenerys had suggested actions that left him reeling. As Arthur ate, Jay found himself unable to touch his own food. He simply stared into the distance, grappling with the depth of Daenerys' insight and how she had come to know so much. He wondered why he hadn't read this journal before now. A small thought struck him: had he attempted it earlier, he wouldn't have been ready. Timing had always been essential in his life. All paths converged on him, made possible only by the delicate balance of timing. The schemes of gods and monsters had led him to this moment, echoing the plot of one of his ancestors, almost parallel in nature. According to Daenerys' journal, Valyria was destined to be reborn, a fate he had long expected to witness. Yet, his family was fated to be lost in time, never to return. They were not part of what the gods had envisioned for him. Instead, they were the price he had to pay to become who he was. It was a cost he would never have chosen, one Daenerys herself would have shunned. Despite the confusion swirling in his mind about the journal's contents, he couldn't help but smile at that thought. "Jay?" Arthur asked, concern etched on his face. Jay turned to him and nodded, forcing himself to eat for Arthur's sake rather than his own. Once he finished, he returned to his pack to stow the journal away and leaned closer to Rhaenys. "You saw?" he asked quietly. "How could she know, Jay?" Rhaenys replied, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "She was far smarter than me, Ray," Jay said, pondering the weight of Daenerys' wisdom. She looked beyond the lines and saw what they didn't want her to see. "I simply accepted things as they are," he admitted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "I'm ready, Jay," Rhaenys said, gently stroking her snout. He took out the dagger and made a small cut inside her mouth. He waited patiently until she was prepared, and then, once she was ready, he removed Dark Sister and laid it on the ground. Arthur glanced between him and Rhaenys, confusion etched on his face, as Rhaenys coughed and spat blood, splattering it across the sword. As the blood soaked into the blade, Jay cut his hand, allowing his own blood to drip onto it too. He watched as the light dimmed, then shone brightly before fading once more. When he felt it was time, he closed his eyes and picked up the sword, warding into the birds he had left with those he cared about. Loras stood and watched as one of the birds chirped. Orain prepared to sail, and Dany appeared almost stunned to see the bird land on Elegon's neck. Jae warred into the birds that reached Aemon, Garland, Tyrion, Robb, Cregane, Ned, Benjen, Oberyn, and Jaime, sending them messages and feeling relieved as he confirmed they were received. His birds chirped across Bear Island, Winterfell, Casterly Rock, White Harbor, and Riverrun. He watched as Arya, Elle, Jerian, Jenna, Martin, and Bran took his messages to heart. Then, he found himself in King's Landing, peering through Ghost's eyes as Marjorie held Elia, sitting with Joy, Sansa, Daisy, Joanna, and Jon, along with Ilaria, Sarella, and Tyene. The White Wolf rose to his feet, moving to his wife and daughter to lick their hands, reassuring them that he was safe and that the rest of their family would be well. "It's time," he said, opening his eyes and placing his hands on the cloth that covered the crown on his head. "Your Grace?" Arthur asked, a note of concern in his voice. "Close your eyes, Arthur. I don't know how bright this will be." "It's going to be," he said as he knelt, the sword and the crown shining brightly. Yet, he knew this light was meant for somewhere else. When he felt the glow begin to fade, he instructed Arthur to open his eyes. Once Arthur complied, they climbed onto Rhaenys's back, and they soared into the sky. With his eyes closed, Jae envisioned Eastwatch, the Night Fort, and Castle Black as his armies retreated. He glanced toward the Bay of Ice and saw that the ships had long since departed. Winterfell was busy preparing to follow suit. As Castle Black came into view, they flew over the wall, and Jae uttered a single word, Dracarys. Flames erupted, incinerating any remnants of the dead he spotted. They cleared the second wall, and after a few passes, he directed Rhaenys to fly to the other side. The castle was deserted, the men had moved out, and the top of the walls stood unmanned. Jae guided Rhaenys down to where his army and his uncles awaited him. He smiled at Tyrion and Jaime as he dismounted, pleased to see that everyone he cared about had followed his orders. Oberyn, Benjen, Ned, and Mance approached him, with Val and Tormund not far behind. "Retreat, Your Grace?" Jaime asked, glancing toward the wall in the distance. Jae nodded as he walked over to him. "The battle for the wall is over, Jaime. The war for the dawn is about to begin," he replied. Less than an hour later, Jae sat on Rhaenys's back, with Tyrion on Ligeron beside him. Just outside the Night Fort, Aemon sat alone, and Dany was at Eastwatch while their armies moved southward. For dragons stood ready to unleash fire, and soon enough, Jae would bring the light as well. The war wouldn't be won today, but their actions would ensure it couldn't be lost. Chapter 185, Victory or Defeat, Is There Any Difference? Castle Black, 301 AC. The Night King unleashed his entire army, marching forward with a chilling determination. Beside him, perched on her own lifeless horse, sat his bride. The magic he had used to transform her had drained him somewhat, but it was a small price to pay. Once they crossed the wall, an even greater reward awaited him. Images of the green dragon filled his mind, envisioning the two of them riding atop it as they drew closer to their destination. At Eastwatch, his army was nearly at the wall, and he almost laughed at the feeble attempts of the Rhoynish to resist him. Water was no match for the ice he commanded, yet it irked him that these people still lived. The thought of bending their magic to his will excited him even more. However, when he sought to bridge the gap to allow his army to engage, he found himself unable to do so as completely as he desired. The realization that he hadn't rested enough after transforming his bride annoyed him. Soon, he would feel the wall's magic and witness its fall, and the anticipation thrilled him. He envisioned what lay beyond the wall, fuel for his army, power for his magic, and the only obstacle standing in the way of his grand ambitions. If the boy had remained at the Night Fort, he would have claimed him then and there. But the boy was either clever or fortunate enough to evade him, a worthy adversary at last. Yet, while he should have felt some hesitation, he did not. In the end, victory was inevitable. After millennia upon millennia, he would finally accomplish what he was created to do. He closed his eyes and imagined his army scaling the wall at the night fort, witnessing the pitiful attempts to hold them back. He already knew they would fail. Opening his eyes, he raised his arms, and the army around him surged forward. When the light burst forth, it caught him off guard, prompting both him and his bride to shield their eyes. The flames that fell soon after irritated him greatly, and yet they were merely a fleeting final attempt to halt him from achieving what he needed to do. In what felt like no time at all, the wall had fallen. He gazed upon his army at Eastwatch, the night fort, and now at Castle Black. His orders had been executed flawlessly, and soon he and his bride stood atop the wall. As one, his army shifted back, and he, along with his bride and generals, made their way to the courtyard below. This pathetic order had been established to stop him, to bring him low, and it was always destined to fail. He was unstoppable, especially against the likes of them. Aside from the one he would soon see fall, none were worthy of his time. He surveyed the place they had claimed as their own and felt unimpressed. So much so that he closed his eyes and reached down to the ground. When he opened them again, a much more pleasing sight greeted him. The ice now blanketed the buildings, making them gleam, even if it would only last for a fleeting moment. Taking his bride by the hand, he walked toward the gate and closed his eyes once more. His army stood well back, and now that the magic of the wall had been breached for good, he turned to face it. It began to crumble. It took something out of him to make the ice fall where he commanded, and even more to shape it as he desired. He watched as his army marched up the ramps he had created for them. At Castle Black, the night fort, and Eastwatch, they crossed from one side to the other. For 8,000 years, the Night's Watch had guarded the wall. Their blood and sacrifice, along with the magic it held, had kept him on the other side. But now, nothing was strong enough to stop him from imposing his will and doing as he wished. As the wall crumbled, he turned to his bride. "Call our mount," he said, the words not spoken but clearly heard by the woman at his side. "Mazagan Najot Nike Regal." "Regal," she said, and for the first time, the Night King felt a flicker of eagerness. A dragon appeared, but not the one he had hoped for. Fury filled his eyes as the bronze dragon unleashed flames upon his army while ascending the ramp. Soon, it was joined by the white dragon, and he commanded his generals to take them down from the sky. He felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him and closed his eyes. He envisioned the gold dragon at Night Fort and the black dragon at Eastwatch, both unleashing their own torrents of fire. All he could do was stand there, helpless, as the dragons decimated his forces. With each loss, he felt himself growing weaker. Raising his hands to the sky, he called out to the creatures of the land. Dire wolves, shadow cats, snow bears, and birds responded, shifting their focus toward the dragons instead of his army. He reached out, seeking to raise the dead and recruit the living to bolster his ranks, but to his shock, he found none. Confusion and worry washed over him. As he and his army retreated from the wall and headed south, he was left uncertain of his next move. Meanwhile, in the Bay of Ice, 301 AC, Kevin felt a longing for action. He wished his orders were to march into battle alongside the brave men of the West, to confront the army of the dead advancing toward them. Both Jenna and Jerian were taken aback by how deeply Kevin believed Jay's warnings about that army, perhaps even more so than they did. It was peculiar for them to witness, considering they had always been closer to Jay than he was. But the Battle of the Shield Islands had taught him never to underestimate what Jay knew or could accomplish. Being informed by a bird, of all things, about the enemy's whereabouts, and then discovering that the enemy was indeed there, had been a revelation for him. So when Jay warned them that an army of the dead was marching from beyond the wall and that the entire realm needed to unite to stop them, Kevin stood resolute by his side. Kevin felt a mix of frustration and disappointment when he was told his place was not at the wall, but rather at the Bay of Ice with the ships. He couldn't deny that, at first, he felt snubbed, as if he were considered lesser than the others in his family. Jaime was the closest to Jay and the Warden of the West, so his presence was justified. Tyrion was a dragon rider, making his involvement essential as well. However, everything changed when he learned that Jaehaerys would remain in the West to manage its affairs and reserves. Jay's personal visit brought clarity to Kevin's situation. Now, standing on the deck of the Lion's Roar, he smiled as he recalled their conversation. "You're displeased by my decision," Jay said, observing Kevin seated before him. "I feel I could be of better use at the Wall, Your Grace." "I'm a military man and have fought," Kevin began, but Jay interrupted. "That's exactly why I need you where I do, Lord Kevin. You're not the only one I'm not bringing with me. Jaehaerys, Lord Royce, Lord Reed, and all the River Lords and Storm Lords, men who fought alongside me in the War of the One True King, as well as those who opposed me. I need as many good and true men not to march as I do to march," Jay explained, looking directly at him. "Why, Your Grace?" Kevin asked, his curiosity piqued. "If things go badly, we must evacuate the north quickly, and perhaps other parts of the Seven Kingdoms too. The further they are from the Wall, the more time we have. But I need men to offer protection once they're moved and to serve as an obstacle to the Night King and his army should they make it past mine own," Jay said. Kevin looked at him, worry etched on his face. "You believe you'll lose?" he asked, almost in disbelief. Jay's confidence was not something he could easily overlook. The largest army ever assembled was at his command, and he had 5 dragons to back him up. "I don't believe I'll lose. I just have no idea what victory looks like or what it may cost me to achieve it." "Has anyone spoken to you about Hardhome?" Jay asked. Kevin nodded, remembering what Jaime had shared with him. "I won, my lord. A great victory by all accounts, yet I lost nearly a quarter of the people who were there, some of the finest warriors the free folk had to offer, and Walder." Jay's sadness over the loss of the giant Kingsguard was evident. "I made mistakes, and I'm sure I'll make more. But one mistake I won't make is failing to prepare for losses and doing everything I can to limit them this time around." "Of course, Your Grace," Kevin replied, still grappling with the task he was being asked to undertake. "I need the fleet, my lord. Both sides of it. But more than the ships, I need men to lead them and to take charge if the worst comes to pass. As I said, you won't be the only one I ask to take on a role that may seem lesser. But I assure you, the role I give you is as important as any, more important in some respects." Jay explained before detailing his request. "You have my word that your orders will be followed, Your Grace," Kevin said, and Jay nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave the room. "Martin, Your Grace?" Kevin called after him. "He will stay in White Harbor and play his part there, my lord. As I said, I need good men, men who are true, to lead and to fight." "I can't bring all my best with me," Jay replied. A wave of relief and pride washed over Kevin at Jay's words. He opened his eyes, feeling the wind brush against his face. He looked up at the dark night sky and then at the lights flickering on the island ahead. It took less than an hour for the Lion's Roar to dock and for the rest of the fleet to arrive. As Kevin dropped anchor near Bear Island and made his way down the gangplank, he was greeted by Lady Meege, her daughters, and Arya Stark, accompanied by her dire wolf, all waiting for him. "Lord Kevin," Meege said with a nod. "Lady Meege, my ladies," he replied, directing his gaze toward Arya, who looked at him with worry in her eyes. "We received his grace's signal, my lady," he said, although his presence should have sufficed. "Are we to sail?" Meege asked. Kevin nodded. "You have time, my lady. But yes, you are to sail." Meege acknowledged this with a nod before glancing at Arya and then back at him. "His Grace, my good son?" she asked, concern etched on her face. Caught off guard, Kevin felt torn between his head and his heart, with his heart prevailing for the moment. "Both are safe and well, my lady," he assured her, even though he couldn't be entirely certain. "Thank the old gods." Will you be staying, Lord Kevin? Meej inquired. He shook his head. As much as he would have liked to stay, he had his orders. I'm afraid not, my lady. The fleet and I must head to Lannisport as per His Grace's request. I look forward to seeing you there. Meej wished him well, and less than an hour after docking at Bear Island, he was sailing once more. They passed Sea Dragon Point and noted that the ships previously anchored there had already departed. Kevin was relieved that he had not received that command, as he hoped never to see the Iron Islands again. The Lion's Roar sailed past the stony shore and through Blazewater Bay. Soon, they were rounding Cape Kraken and navigating through Ironman's Bay. When he wasn't on deck attending to the men or his passengers, Kevin sat in his cabin with the bird, waiting for a signal to turn around, hoping for news that the war had ended. The darkness of the night loomed over him, a sign in itself that all was not well. Kevin knew that things weren't as they seemed. The bird chirped, delivering reassuring news. His family was safe, and Jaime, Tyrion, and Jay were unharmed. It even mentioned that Martin was fulfilling his duties, which brought Kevin great comfort. His son had grown into someone far more than he could have ever hoped for and was soon to be wed, at least, Kevin hoped so. He was asleep when they arrived at Lannisport. One of his men came to inform him that the city had been sighted, and as he rose to walk out onto the deck, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. I did it, Your Grace. I played my part. Now it's time for you to do your own, he said to the bird before leaving the room. Its loud chirps brought a smile to his face, one that lingered as he stepped off the ship to find his brother waiting for him. I had hoped not to see you, brother, Jerian said, chuckling as he embraced Kevin. But I'm glad you're here, he added, releasing him from the hug. We have much work to do, brother, Kevin replied. As he looked back out at the fleet behind him, the truth of those words settled in. Suddenly, Jay's request for him to come was much clearer. The night fort, 301 AC, Eamon watched as an army prepared to retreat. It was strange how quickly and efficiently they tore down their tents and readied themselves to march. Gallon, Mathis, and Ser John Fossaway each took charge of different aspects of the preparations. While Garland organized the men to protect those who would march first, Eamon and Sandorix took to the sky, moving closer to the wall. His dragon was reluctant, but it obeyed Eamon's command, allowing Garland to communicate with him. The dragon's presence also offered comfort to the men standing with the gallant knight while the rest of the army continued their preparations. As their army marched away, Eamon sensed the gratitude among the soldiers. There was no real attack happening, he couldn't see a single dead man moving toward them. Yet, he knew they were out there, having launched an assault that would soon breach the wall. His nephew wouldn't have ordered a retreat otherwise. While it troubled him that they had lost the wall, he found some comfort in knowing they still had time to prepare for what lay ahead. We'll march as soon as the last of the tents are raised, my prince, Garland shouted up to him. Eamon sat on Sandorix's back, both to minimize the time he'd need to be ready for flight and to keep his dragon calm. You will head where? Eamon asked, and Garland looked at him, momentarily confused. We, my prince, Garland replied. We will head for Queenscrown. For this part of your march, it will be without me, Ser Garland. My place is here, Eamon stated firmly. Garland stared at him as if he had lost his mind. My prince, surely. I am the shield that guards the realms of men, Ser Garland. When they cross to this side of the wall, they will find a dragon waiting for them. I won't be the only one, Eamon explained. Garland opened his mouth to argue, but before he could, one of his men came running toward them. Ser, the last of the tents is up, the guard announced. Garland glanced at the soldier, then back at Eamon, who was focused solely on the wall ahead. Very well, we march, Garland said, and Eamon breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to dwell on the thought of his nephew's good brother staying by his side. I wish you good fortune, my prince, Garland said, his smile revealing the worry in his voice. As I do you. Sandorix and I will see you soon, Ser Garland, Eamon replied, hoping his words conveyed that he wasn't staying behind for some noble last stand. It seemed to work. As Garland moved away with a sense of purpose, Eamon felt the weight of time stretching endlessly. The darkness of the night obscured his sense of whether it had been an hour, 2, or just a few moments since he last spoke to Ser Garland. Sensing Sandorix's growing discomfort and eager to see how far the men had marched, Eamon called to his dragon. With a powerful beat of his wings, Sandorix took to the sky, soaring over the soldiers before circling back to survey the wall. He then landed softly where Garland and the men had made camp. When Jay laid out his battle plans, only Eamon, Tyrion, Dany, and Sherera were privy to his nephew's intentions. They were the only ones who understood what was expected of him. To be the shield that guards the realms of men was one of life's little ironies, especially since it was the oath he had sworn many years ago. Little did he know how he would enact that oath, nor did he ever dream it would be from the back of a dragon. As he stroked Sandorix's neck, it happened. The wall finally fell, first to the dead who breached it, then crumbled to the ground. Eamon felt the vibrations of its collapse even from where he and Sandorix lay in wait. "It's time, Sandorix. It's time to see them burn," he said, feeling the thrill of his dragon as they took to the air, heading toward the now vanished wall. Below them lay the dead, and an unexpected surge of rage filled Eamon. Sandorix echoed his anger, and it took Eamon a moment to understand why. It wasn't just about the destruction they were witnessing or what the dead could do if left unchecked. It was personal. The dead had cost him family. If it weren't for them and the man who led them, who knows what the world might have been. Valyria would still stand, and his family would be whole. Sherera would not be beholden to a monster. Jaehaerys. Eamon shouted, and Sandorix did not disappoint. The first burst of fire took out a countless number of their foes, the second even more, yet still they kept coming. Sandorix's flames seemed to make little impact on their relentless numbers, but Eamon felt a grim satisfaction in watching them burn. If the situation weren't so dire, he might have questioned the pleasure he derived from seeing Sandorix unleash his fire. But in that moment, he did not hesitate. Jaehaerys. He called again as Sandorix soared over those who had yet to feel the heat. When the animals charged past the fallen men, Eamon knew what had to be done. As much as he wished to continue his assault, taking down more of the Night King's army, he understood that he could not. So he directed Sandorix to pursue the snow bears, dire wolves, and other creatures unleashed in the chaos, and soon, flames rained down upon them as well. Though Sandorix eventually grew tired, Eamon felt he had done enough for now. He signaled for his dragon to rest and eat. Once Sandorix had replenished his strength, they took their position once more. Both Eamon and his dragon were exhausted, yet resolute. When the dead reached them again, Eamon swore they would be more than ready. Queenscrown, 301 AC, Jaime had never witnessed anything like it before. Their march from the wall was something he had thought impossible. Free folk, Dornishmen, Northmen, Westermen, men of the Watch, and the Company of the Rose all moved faster and more orderly than he could have imagined. Whether it was the threat looming behind them, their faith in the king, the strength of their leaders, or some combination of it all, he didn't care. Instead, he thanked the gods and welcomed the sight of the fort that the Company of the Rose had claimed as their own. He knew the men would. "Welcome," Jaime said, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he was grateful for the brief respite. However, he was also acutely aware that they couldn't afford to get too comfortable here. They would only stay for a night at most. The fort simply wasn't large enough to accommodate them all. He felt a sense of gratitude as he noticed that some of the lords were more than willing to take their places outside the fort, including himself and Prince Oberyn. "It's better for the men to see us sharing the same conditions as they are than for them to think we're pampered," Jaime thought. The last thing they needed right now was a dip in morale. The meeting and the first hot meal he'd had in days took place within the fort. Jaime watched as Roland and Adam took their seats, followed by other lords and leaders of men. All the commanders of the Company of the Rose were present: Ned Stark, Rickard Karstark, the Great John and the Small John, Robb, Cregane, and Benjen Stark. They all sat together while Jaime and Oberyn faced them, across from Stannis, Jeor Mormont, Thuras, Macoro, and Melisandre. On the table in front of them rested a cage containing a bird, and both dire wolves lay loyally by their masters' sides. Jaime was relieved to see them all gathered, knowing that Jay would be present in some form as they discussed the matters at hand. "How far are we from the wall?" Adam asked, and Jaime was taken aback when it was Robb Stark, not someone else, who answered. "Not far enough," Robb replied, and Jaime and the others exchanged curious glances. "Grey Wind wishes us further, my lords," Robb added, and Jaime noticed Melisandre's smile as she looked at the wolf. "Aye, my cousin has the truth of it." "This is not where we need to be," Cregane said, and as he finished, the bird began to chirp in agreement. "How far is Queenscrown?" Oberyn asked, turning to Benjen and Mance. "At the rate that we're marching will take us 2 more days," Benjen said, and Jaime noticed Tormund nodding in agreement. "I think we need to send those with horses there now to prepare for defense," Torrhen Snow suggested. Before Mance, Tormund, or Val could respond, the bird began chirping again. Jaime and the others turned their attention to it instead of the commander of the Company of the Rose. "It seems that's not something our king agrees with," Oberyn said with a chuckle. "Are we not to stay there, nephew?" he asked the bird, which chirped again. "I believe our king doesn't wish us to make a stand in any particular place, my lords. If that were the case, we wouldn't have left the wall. We march for Queenscrown and from there further south," Jaime explained. Despite some grumbles, most of the lords agreed, and he could have sworn the damn bird was laughing at him as he rose. The meal he had warmed him somewhat, and he welcomed the soup even more, feeling almost content as he made his way to his tent, with Arthur and Jorah walking behind him. It was a different story for the 2 Kingsguard, who both wished to be anywhere but here. If he didn't share their sentiments, he might have taken offense at their reluctance to guard him. Truthfully, it was more about their duty to show he was speaking for the king than anything else. "He'll be with us soon, Arthur. You and Jorah should rest. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow," Jaime said, glancing at Arthur and hoping he would heed the advice. "I remember what the day was like, my lord." "This is very much nodded," Jorah replied, and all 3 of them laughed, not so much at the jest but because they needed the release. "Aye, you speak the truth. Rest, both of you," Jaime said, relieved to see them walk away as he entered his tent. Sleep was fitful. His dreams were both welcoming and unsettling as he found himself dreaming of Joanna, Jon, and of Daisy sat with the 4 of them at a picnic, overlooking the rock. His daughter and son had grown so much since he last saw them. The stark contrast between that serene moment and the nightmare of a dragon falling, with Tyrion first and then Jay being overwhelmed by the dead, jolted him awake. He cried out, the sound rising just a bit louder when a dark shape moved toward him. Jaime instinctively reached for his knife. "Jay?" he called out, noticing the wolf was not truly threatening. He chuckled as the familiar tongue licked his face. His son knew he needed comfort and offered it in the only way he could. "All is well, my worries are for naught?" Jaime asked, and the reassuring lick he received was enough to calm him for the moment. The next morning, as they set off, he realized it was still early. The sun hadn't yet risen, or at least it wouldn't have if there had been a sun to see rise. They reached Queenscrown much sooner than Benjen had predicted, likely because they hadn't stopped to rest and had eaten on the way. Even in the darkness, the sight of the town was impressive. Though the fort where the Company of the Rose resided was too small for their armies, Queenscrown itself was nearly sufficient. "Jay did this?" Jaime asked Oberyn as fires were lit and torches were placed to illuminate the town. "Aye, he sang the buildings back to life, Jaime. The free folk have built some new ones too," Oberyn replied, pointing to the wooden structures. And the roofs were all them. The tower and the other buildings, though, those were my nephew's work. Jaime nodded, a smile spreading across his face. But as they approached the tower, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The two dire wolves began to howl, confirming his unease. He ordered the men to arms and was about to lead them into the tower to uncover whatever lurked inside when Melisandre and Thuras approached him. "You have nothing to fear here, Lord Jaime," Melisandre said, her voice steady. Benjen, Mance, and Val argued that this was their home and something felt off. For some reason, Jaime found himself listening to the Red Priestess more than to them. "Lower your arms," he commanded, repeating himself until the order was finally followed. Jaime couldn't help but smirk as he noticed how close Arthur stood to him. He moved closer to the tower, watching as the door creaked open and a man stepped outside. His hair was long and red, marked by a streak of white, and he wasn't alone. Behind him stood a woman, who, by her size, he might have called a girl, but her bony face and gaunt features told another story. Her dark eyes stared at him warily. More figures emerged behind her, men, women, and even what appeared to be children. Jaime glanced at Mance and Benjen, thinking they were free folk who hadn't been evacuated, only to see that they, too, were met with blank stares. A man has nothing to fear from the followers of the many-faced god. "We come to fight for the prince, just as a man does," the man, now known as the Faceless Man, declared. Jaime looked to Oberyn, who was chuckling as he approached. "We're most grateful for the help, but my nephew is otherwise engaged," Oberyn said, and Jaime heard Tormund's loud laugh echoing in the background. "The prince will arrive soon. A man and his companions will wait," the Faceless Man stated. Jaime shrugged. Strange as this was, he had seen stranger things, and he knew the bird would be furious with him for turning down their assistance. "I think we should rest, it's going to be a long night," he said, unaware of what those words truly meant. Eastwatch, 301 AC, Dany's mind was in turmoil, her heart heavy with grief. The loss of Sandor and Belwas had been hard enough, but to learn that Jaehaerys was also gone was almost unbearable. She felt anger toward her nephew, even though she knew it wasn't his fault, and she felt ashamed by her emotions. By the time she flew back to Eastwatch, Dany felt a mixture of emotions. She knew Jay wouldn't blame her for venting her anger on him. He hadn't even tried to convince her she was in the wrong when she had shouted. Her nephew understood that she needed to unload, even if it was on the wrong person. When he expressed his worries about Regal, she felt a surge of fear and desperation. She begged her son to listen to her and to Jay. Regal only agreed reluctantly, and had Jay not promised to bring Jaehaerys back, she doubted her words alone would have been enough to sway him. The relief she felt when he turned to head for Dragonstone was overwhelming. By the time she reached Eastwatch, her mindset had shifted dramatically from when she had set off. Yes, she was still angry, furious even, but her anger was now directed where it should be, toward the dead and the Night King. She believed Jay would do everything he could to bring Jaehaerys back. No one cared more for family than her nephew, nor was anyone more capable of achieving the seemingly impossible. Even her doubts about whether it could be done had faded somewhat. As she flew over Eastwatch and saw that the army and the ships had retreated, a wave of relief washed over her. She took Elegon out to sea, spotting Owain standing on the dragon's breath and smiling as he waved to her. Once she ensured her husband was safe and well, she turned her attention to the army and flew back to the land, scanning the coast for them. They had traveled a good distance from the wall, and she noticed how the Rhoynish kept closer to the sea than the rest of the army. Still, there was no true separation among them, they marched united. Dany brought Elegon in low so they could see her nearby, and from there, it was back to the wall to make sure there were no threats lingering. As the stragglers fell behind, she finally instructed Elegon to land, taking up their designated position. Now, her nephew's plan was the one she would follow. Should the wall be breached, it's up to us on the dragons to guard the army's retreat, Jay said, sitting with Tyrion, Jaehaerys, and Aemon on Dragonstone. You think the wall will fall? Tyrion asked, concern etched on his face. "I think we need to prepare in case it does," Jay replied. "If it falls, we'll be overwhelmed. The men need to be far from there, and the only way they can march without being harried is if the dragons play their part." "What is it you would have us do, Jay?" Jaehaerys inquired. "We form up. Tyrion, Aemon, and I will be at Castle Black, you at the Night Fort, and Dany at Eastwatch. We'll position ourselves between the wall and the men, and as they retreat, we'll take the fight to the Night King and his army." Jay looked at each of them in turn. "We buy time and burn as many of them as we can before we retreat and regroup. We rest, then do it again and again, as often as necessary." Dany nodded, absorbing the plan. "Will the dragons be enough?" she asked, her mind racing with doubts about why they needed an army if this was one of their strategies. "No, but it will allow us to create distance between them and our men, giving us control over where the next fight takes place. If we can also diminish his army in the process, it can only benefit us," Jay explained. She nodded again, but now she was left wondering if her nephew truly understood that the fall of the wall was inevitable. Was this plan more than just a contingency, as Tyrion and Aemon had suggested? She sensed that Jay was holding back some of his knowledge, revealing only their roles. Did he, perhaps because of the glass candles or Daenerys' journal, know more? Was everything they faced simply part of a larger destiny? These thoughts swirled in her mind when, suddenly, the wall actually fell. These memories were not of Sandor, Belwas, or her aunt. Instead, it was the deafening sound of the wall crashing to the ground and the chilling awareness that the dead would soon be upon her that brought back the pain of her losses. She would use that pain to fuel her next actions. For Sandor, Belwas, and Jaehaerys, she declared as Elegon's wings began to flap, lifting her into the sky. As she soared toward the wall, she felt an undeniable pull from the west, a throbbing in her arm that tempted her to succumb to it. But Elegon, eager to unleash his fire, guided her, and it was his will that she followed. Her daughter was furious on her brother's behalf, wanting to do what he could not. When Dany gave the command, she sensed that the flames were even stronger because of that anger. "Jaehaerys," she shouted as she and Elegon made their first pass. Watching the dead beneath them ignite, her rage remained undiminished. Again and again, they flew over the hordes of the dead, wave after wave consumed by the flames. It wasn't until she saw the animals fleeing ahead of them that she decided to call off the attacks. They chased after the creatures, bringing fire upon them too, before landing. While Elegon rested and ate, Dany remained on his back, doing only one of those things. She lost track of time. Elegon, however, felt the urge to return to the dead and assured her he was not tired. Dany let her dragon take the lead once more, and they launched into the sky again, laying down their fire on the undead. That was when she spotted the first of them. The White Walker looked up at her, and in an instant, the spear in his hand was hurtling toward them. Elegon dodged it effortlessly, but the sight infuriated Dany. Annoyed, she reached behind her to grab her bow and knock an arrow. Time seemed to freeze as Elegon. The spear seemed to hover in the air for a moment before glancing off the armor that protected her dragon. Dany quickly released her arrow, but instead of hitting the White Walker, it struck the dead horse beneath it. Both the creature and its rider fell to the ground. Without hesitation, she grabbed another arrow, aiming it at the White Walker as it struggled to rise. This time, her aim was true. The arrow found its mark, and she smiled as the White Walker exploded into a shower of icy fragments. Around it, countless undead men collapsed, and only then did Dany command Elegon to fly south. For Sandor, she whispered softly to the wind as they left the dead and the wall behind. In Castle Black, in the year 301 AC, the Corpse Queen found herself trapped in a prison with no walls and no doors. She feared there was no escape. Inside her mind, she sensed a presence that wasn't her own, something that burrowed deeper and deeper, devouring her from within. Pieces of her essence were fading away, not her body, but her very soul. She began to forget things she had only contemplated a day before. It was worse than she had feared when they took her from the night fort, much worse. She wondered if she should have ended her own life before they brought her to him. In truth, she had been too afraid to take that final step. No, that wasn't quite right. She had longed to live and had refused to give up. For so many years, she had believed that when death came, she would welcome it. She thought she would gladly embrace the cold, dark night. Yet when it arrived, she fought against it with every ounce of strength she had. Only to discover that it wasn't true death she faced, but this, whatever this torment was to be her fate. She knew he wanted to uncover her secrets, so she had offered him half-truths, thinking he would accept them. Shire had informed him that Jay intended to flee if the wall fell, which was partly true. But now, he had begun to probe into the depths of her being, seeking the truths she had tried to hide. She had kept her secrets hidden, shared with no one but herself. Each place he visited changed irrevocably once he had been there. It faded and was lost to her, and so the memories of her life began to slip away. Demon, Igor, and even Brynden felt almost like ghosts, their faces and shared moments disappearing piece by piece. The only respite she found came when the dragons soared through the sky, unleashing their flames. In those moments, his attention shifted from her, allowing her to build walls, brick by brick, obstacles he would have to overcome when he next sought to uncover all that she was. Dany, Tyrion, Aemon, and most especially Jay, since he was the one the Night King wanted to know about above all else. As she was constructing these defenses, she heard a voice and suddenly found herself not at Castle Black, surrounded by the dead, but walking on Dragonstone, alone except for a young woman gazing out at the beach ahead. At first, the silver hair and violet eyes made her think of Dany, but when the woman turned, she realized this was someone entirely unfamiliar. The stranger's smile was comforting, and her words were soothing. "I knew you'd come, Sherera," the woman said. Sherera could only ask the questions that burned in her mind. "Who are you?" "I was known as the Dreamer, but you may call me Daenerys." "How are you here?" Sherera inquired, struggling to grasp how a long-dead woman could appear in her mind. "A story for another time," Daenerys replied. She reached out, placing her hand gently on Shira's forehead. "Show him, let him see, and fear not, for the dawn is soon to come." With that, Daenerys vanished. Sherera felt him return, invading her thoughts once more, and she complied with her instruction, sensing his pleasure at her openness. She couldn't see what he saw, but soon after he departed from her, the dead began to march. They moved away from the wall, and she rode by his side, his eyes fixed on her as she gazed at the land stretching out ahead. Should death come, she would welcome it. As long as it brought about his end too, she wouldn't fear it, she would embrace it. But as her nephew often reminded her, there's only one thing we say to death, not today. For the first time since Randyll Tarly had taken her from the Night Fort, Sherera began to believe that her own death was still a long way off. At Castle Black, in the year 301 AC, Tyrion waited with Jay for the order to fly. He was grateful for the company. After Jay had sent Aemon to the Night Fort, he had worried that his nephew would soon take to the skies, leaving him alone. But Jay had stayed by his side. Originally, the plan had included all three of them, but what had happened at the Night Fort changed everything. Tyrion wasn't even sure he fully understood it, despite Jay's explanations. The idea that a place could drive you mad and turn you against your allies was beyond his comprehension. Jay had told him that it was more the Night King manipulating the Night Fort than the fort itself causing the chaos, but that made little sense to him. The losses they had suffered were the worst of this entire war so far, 7,000 men lost, not to the army they had come to defeat, but to their own. That alone was troubling enough. Yet it was the loss of his aunt that weighed heaviest on Tyrion's heart. He couldn't shake the thoughts of her suffering or even being dead. His sadness was tempered only by the anger he felt toward Randyll Tarly, Mathis Rowan, and the Night King himself. Jay had insisted it wasn't the fault of the first two, but Tyrion feared that if he ever faced either of them, they would feel the wrath of a dragon. As for the Night King, Tyrion would soon confront him, and he could feel Ligeron coiled beneath him, ready to strike. Jae had sent him to check on their army's progress, and Tyrion was now certain it was more to calm him than anything else. Tyrion wondered just how far they had traveled. If his nephew had truly wanted to know, he would have warged into one of the many birds he had sent out to watch over those he cared about. The thought brought a smile to Tyrion's face and a question to his lips, one that his nephew was eager to answer once Tyrion returned from checking on Jaime and the others at the fort held by the Company of the Rose. "How did you not know, Jae? About Shurera, how did you not know?" he asked, curiosity lacing his tone as he and Jae sat on the backs of two dragons, just a few feet apart. "Some things I'm not meant to know, Tyrion," Jae replied. "Some things I'm only supposed to learn when the time is right, and others I've simply missed." "Missed?" Tyrion echoed, sensing his nephew's reluctance to delve deeper. "We were never meant to hold the wall, Tyrion. Yet, certain events were destined to unfold regardless. Daenerys' plans and the gods' plans don't always align. In some cases, I've been following one more than the other." Jae's gaze drifted to something in the distance, avoiding eye contact with Tyrion. "And now?" Tyrion asked, intrigued. "Now I'm following only one," Jae said, a small smile breaking across his face. Tyrion found Jae's enigmatic nature both frustrating and comforting. He sensed that whatever this singular plan entailed, it was something his nephew kept close to his chest. It should have annoyed him, but instead, it filled him with hope and relief. Tyrion struggled to conceive a plan to face the challenges ahead, so knowing that Jae still had one gave him a sense of solace. Suddenly, a sound rang out, breaking his thoughts. Jae nodded in response, and the two dragons took to the sky. As they soared toward the wall, Tyrion watched in awe, his mouth agape at the sight. It was breathtaking. Gone. What had stood for thousands of years was now reduced to nothing more than a pile of ice. Tyrion turned to look at Jae and noticed that his nephew wore a much different expression. There was no shock in Jae's eyes, no worry on his face. Instead, he looked determined. When Tyrion saw Jae point at the army of dead men moving over the icy rubble, he found himself focusing on his own determination. "Jaehaerys," he commanded, and Ligeron unleashed his flames. A little to his left, Rhaenys did the same. They breathed fire over and over again, twin arcs of flames raining down on the dead men, the two dragons crisscrossing in the sky. How many of the Night King's army fell with each pass was impossible to tell, but to Tyrion, it seemed like their efforts barely made a dent. Still, they pressed on, and Ligeron never let him down. His flames, though smaller and less fierce than his sister's, were just as devastating. At one point, they burned so many that Tyrion saw a gap form in the massive bodies below, and for a moment, he felt they had turned a corner. But the gap quickly closed as more dead surged to fill it. He barely heard Jae, and if Ligeron hadn't followed his sister, he might have continued flying, bringing fire to the army of the dead. There was no fatigue in his dragon or in himself. Whether it was the thoughts of Shurera and what might have happened to her, or the hope that if they ended this quickly, they could save her, Tyrion wished to continue as he had been. But Jae had other ideas. When Ligeron followed after Rhaenys, Tyrion felt a surge of annoyance, only to see what his nephew was pointing at and realize just how dangerous it was. Beneath them, dead animals moved as if they were alive, charging forward. Tyrion quickly understood where they were headed. If those creatures reached their army, they could kill thousands and catch them unprepared. So, with a sense of urgency, he prepared to act. Tyrion nodded to Jae, and together they dropped low, ready to take action. "Jaehaerys," Jae commanded, as Ligeron unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating snow bears, dire wolves, shadowcats, and other creatures he couldn't quite name. Ahead, he watched as Rhaenys scorched birds from the sky before turning her fiery breath on the animals that had managed to outrun them. Before long, the chaos subsided, and Jae gestured for Tyrion to follow. They landed some distance from where he and Aemon had set up camp. Tyrion observed as Jae spoke to Rhaenys, and then he turned to Ligeron, expressing his gratitude and praise for the dragon's bravery. He asked if Ligeron was tired or hungry. The dragon's trill responded with a cheerful affirmation of Tyrion's words, and when he suggested that Ligeron rest or eat, the dragon indicated that he needed neither for now. Turning back to Jae, Tyrion noticed that his nephew seemed to need food, so he began to eat some of the provisions he had stored in his pack. When Jae climbed down from Rhaenys's back and approached him, Tyrion's concern was evident. Jae encouraged him to do the same, and Tyrion felt the stiffness in his legs as he stood on the ground. Me too, Jae admitted, rubbing his leg, prompting Tyrion to chuckle. Why? We've flown for longer, he asked. Jae nodded in agreement. Not like this, uncle, he replied, and that was the truth. During the war for the one true king, their flights had been different. Tyrion had spent no more than an hour in the air, and Ligeron hadn't released even half the flames he had today. You should rest, I'll take watch, Jae offered. Tyrion opened his mouth to argue, but Ligeron made his feelings clear with a low growl. Jae suggested that Tyrion lay by Rhaenys to keep warm, reminding him that one of the dragons would need to hunt to feed the other. What about the dead? Tyrion asked his nephew. Jae laughed, catching Tyrion by surprise, but his explanation made sense. We'll see them soon enough, uncle. But there are many miles between us and them, and even they can't travel that fast. So I doubt they'll arrive while you're napping, Jae said, still smiling. Tyrion shook his head and chuckled before doing as Jae suggested. When he woke, he felt even more tired than before. Jae informed him that the army had left the fort and was on its way to Queenscrown, and that the dragons had eaten. The dead? Tyrion asked. They'll be here in a couple of hours. It's time for you to leave, uncle, Jae replied, catching Tyrion off guard. Jae? Tyrion asked, confused. Dany, Tyrion. I need you to go to her. Aemon will follow Ser Garland and the men to Queenscrown. I need you to fly to Dany and help her, just as you did for me here. 2 dragons are far better than 1, and I see that now. Go to her and do all you can. But retreat, uncle. Retreat and fly away before the dragons get too tired, and make sure that Dany does the same, Jae said, placing a reassuring hand on Tyrion's shoulder. You think she wouldn't? Tyrion asked, worried. I think she's grieving for Sandor, Belwas, and Jaehaerys too. Grief, while a powerful motivator, can cloud your judgment. I know this more than most, Jae replied. Tyrion wasn't sure if Jae was referring to his parents, his family, or the 2 guards he had lost. Perhaps it was all of them. What about you? Tyrion asked. Jae smiled. Rhaenys and I know what we must do. We can't win the fight today, nor can we win it tomorrow. All we can do is make him suffer for every mile he sets foot in the north and bide our time until we can. Tyrion nodded. Be safe, nephew, he said as he moved away. You too, uncle. Last Hearth, the Dreadfort, Hornwood, White Harbor, Tyrion. Tell Prince Garin to use the last river, Weeping Water, Broken Branch, and the White Knife, Jae instructed. Tyrion nodded, promising to relay the message. Moments later, he was soaring eastward. The army was the first thing he encountered. They had already passed the gift. When he landed in front of them, Loras and Prince Garin approached. Tyrion quickly passed on Jae's orders before setting off in search of Daenerys and Elegon. He found them exactly where he hoped they would be. His sister had not succumbed to her grief. She was following the same plans that Jae and Aemon were likely adhering to as well. When she saw him, surprise and worry flickered across her face, prompting him to reassure her as swiftly as he could. Jae and Aemon are well, and I'm not here because things have gone badly, he said, watching her expression shift to relief. She smiled, glad to see him and knowing he wasn't bringing bad news. Then why? She asked. He explained everything, and by the time he finished, Dany was smiling even more. Good. It's boring with no one to talk to, she replied. Tyrion laughed loudly, especially when Aegon let out a noise that could only be described as a snort. A different dragon, my love, Dany said, reaching out to stroke Aegon's head. Tyrion felt a wave of relief at finding her safe and well. Being by her side was something he hadn't realized he needed so much. Jae might have sensed that before he did. While he worried for his nephew and uncle, his concerns were more for Dany. She was grieving, and what kind of brother would he be if he didn't support her through that? Queenscrown, 301 AC, Jaehaerys Targaryen. Tyrion and Jae had taken gods knew how many from the Night King's army, but Jae knew it wasn't nearly enough. If it came down to a pitched battle, they would lose, and lose badly. The time was not right for action, and Jae couldn't say when it would be. The use of the animals had shown him that the Night King could indeed be panicked, and he welcomed that revelation. After all, he had felt that something already dead would never experience fear. Now that he knew otherwise, he intended to exploit that knowledge whenever the opportunity arose. After dealing with the animals, Jae had told Tyrion to rest and sent Ligeron to hunt. The bronze dragon soon returned with an elk, providing Rhaenys with the sustenance she needed. The Night King's army was more than a day ahead of him, but Jae wasn't concerned about them moving in an unexpected direction. If the Night King decided to head toward Aemon and Garland's forces, Jae would be right behind him within an hour or two, inflicting even more losses. The same would apply if he aimed for Daenerys. Jae knew he would be drawn to her as well. This pattern was always predictable. The wall served as a barrier for him just as much as it did for the Night King, and he felt foolish for not realizing it sooner. He had believed he had gleaned all the necessary insights from Daenerys' journal, thinking his plans were sound. Perhaps it was the northerner in him clinging to the notion that the wall would function as it always had. I should have listened to the dragons, he said with a bitter laugh. He should have let them pass and unleashed all 5 of them. That was the better strategy. Instead, he had relied on just one and failed to consider that the others couldn't breach the wall. A part of his mind protested this line of thinking, arguing that he still needed to protect the wall. Had he not done so, the Night King might have been more cautious. But Jae's thoughts were consumed by losses, the 10,000 men he had sacrificed, and his aunt, who, while not completely lost to him, was in grave danger of being so. It was then that his sister decided to share her own thoughts. You can't keep doing this, Jae, Rhaenys said. Catch him by surprise, she said, her tone sharp. Doing what? Blaming yourself, focusing on the losses instead of those you've saved, she replied, almost angrily. Are those losses not on me, Ray? Was it not my orders that brought them here? He shot back. It was, but had you not acted, those losses could have been far worse, Jae. Mourn them, feel for them, but don't blame yourself. You can't keep thinking this way, she said, her voice softening. What way? He asked, curiosity piqued. Victory or defeat, does it even make a difference? You know better than that. You're better than that. Do what you must, but stop second-guessing yourself, or we're lost. He closed his eyes, reaching out to her, letting her certainty become his own. When Tyrion woke, Jae shared what he needed to do. The plan came to him soon after his conversation with Rhaenys. It wasn't the same one he had originally conceived, but perhaps because of her words, he felt it was the right choice. Not long after Ligeron had left, Jae warred once more, this time into all the animals he had left near those he cared about. He had sent a wolf to Jaime after finding it alone and without its pack. Though it wasn't a dire wolf, it was fierce, if a little frightened, and he was pleased to know it had found a new pack with Grey Wind and Dusk. They had reached Queenscrown, so instead of flying back to the wall to bring more fire to the dead, he chose to head there. His own men's plans would need adjusting too, and it would do their morale good to see him. He also longed to see his family again, to speak with Jaime, Oberyn, his uncles, brother, cousin, and the free folk. They would surely be glad to see him as well. With one last look toward the wall, Jae nodded, and Rhaenys turned to fly south. "You are ready, little brother," Rhaenys said happily. He felt ready, and he hoped he was right. He was. Closing his eyes, he envisioned his wife and daughter. Jae promised himself that he would return to them sooner rather than later. Chapter 186, You Know Nothing, Jon Snow. Winterfell, 301 AC, Howland Reed had done his best to calm the people when the long night fell. He was more prepared for it than many, though that didn't mean he wasn't worried. He had always known this moment was likely to come in his lifetime, even if he hadn't received a message or vision from the gods in years. He understood what Jae was being prepared for, and without the long night, there could be no dawn. When Elle approached him, anxious about what this meant for Ned, Robb, and her father and brother, as well as the others she considered family at the Wall, Howland did his utmost to reassure her. He had also ridden to Wintertown, where he found that the city had not descended into panic. His words carried weight when he told the people that their liege lord and his heir were fighting alongside the king to overcome the night. Just the mention of Jae's name, and the fact that he was there, doing more than even the Starks to calm the situation, had a profound effect. It was strange for Howland to witness, even knowing Jae as well as he did and believing in him completely. To see the men and women of the north looking to a dragon instead of a wolf was unexpected. Yet Jae was a wolf too. He was the one who had finally led Ned Stark to begin howling. Many had journeyed north in search of a better life, all at Jae's behest. This only heightened the perception that the king was, in some ways, more important to them than the Stark in Winterfell. See that torches are lit and hung in the streets, that men are posted and fires are kept burning so that people can always find an escort or help if they need it, Howland instructed Ser Jacelyn Waters, the young man who had become a rallying figure for the people of Wintertown. "I will, my lord," Ser Jacelyn replied. "Will you return, my lord?" Jacelyn asked, hope shining in her eyes. "Aye, on the morrow," he replied, almost chuckling at the thought of when morrow would come in a world engulfed in darkness. "His Grace will see us through this," Jacelyn said emphatically. Whether she was reassuring him or herself, Howland couldn't be sure, but he appreciated the sentiment nonetheless. As he rode back to Winterfell, he noticed the torches burning as brightly as they could. For the next few days, things seemed to hold together. People were worried about their families, and Lady Elle appeared more withdrawn than most, but no one broke. Their spirits were as high as he could have hoped. Ser Roderick was a great help, and his own men worked hard to rotate the guards and keep him informed of anyone whose mood was turning to despair. As for Howland, despite his worries about the lack of news from the Wall and his thoughts often drifting to Jaehaerys and his children, he maintained a good spirit. That is, until the first bird began to chirp, and the reality of what he needed to do hit him like a sudden storm. It caught him off guard, and for almost an hour, he found himself arguing with the bird, until he finally realized it was pointless and that he was just wasting time. Then it struck him, others had their own birds too. He hurried to the Lord's chambers, where he found Lady Elle in a state of distress. "Howland, gods, what does this mean?" "Ned, oh gods, Ned," she said, tears streaming down her face, the anguish threatening to consume her. Just then, whether by divine intervention or simply the instinct of a young boy needing his mother, Rickon woke up, crying. He was brought into the room barely a moment after Howland arrived, running straight to his mother for comfort. His presence provided Elle with something tangible to focus on, a small reprieve from her fears about his father. It also gave Howland a moment to gather his thoughts. As she tended to her son, Howland felt it was time to tell her that if something had happened to Ned or the others, the message they received would have been different. He reassured her, emphasizing that they needed to do what had to be done. This was not something they had been unprepared for, it was something they had anticipated. Yet, despite knowing this, he had hoped it wouldn't come to pass. He kept that thought to himself. Whether it was his words or the comfort of holding Rickon in her arms, Elle began to relax a bit. "We must begin the evacuation, my lady." "That's what the bird's warnings mean, nothing more, nothing less," he said. Elle nodded, still cradling her son, and Howland didn't begrudge her the solace it provided. "I'll set the men to task," he added before turning to leave the room. He called for Ser Roderick, who quickly arrived. Howland could see the old knight was distressed, but his duty had given him a focus. The guards had already received their orders. Maester Luwin was also busy giving instructions, having received a message from Jay before he left. Howland soon found both Luwin and Vayin Pool occupied with directing people to pack only essentials and prepare to leave at the earliest opportunity. With everything seemingly in order, Howland informed Ser Roderick of his intention to head to Wintertown. Upon arrival, he discovered that the town was even more prepared than Winterfell. Some of the men he encountered worked for Ser Richard Lonmouth, while others had been sent by the king for this very purpose. Men like Ser Jacelyn Waters were actively readying the city for departure, making Howland feel that his presence was almost unnecessary. However, it was welcomed. Those who had been lingering before his arrival quickly got to work upon seeing him. After speaking with the men, he learned that within 2 to 3 days, the entire population of the city would be ready to march south. When he returned to Winterfell, he found out it would take them another 2 days to prepare, accompanied by the distant sound of a wolf howling. This realization weighed heavily on him. Howland rushed to the den where Lya had made her home. "Is she well?" he asked anxiously as he spotted Luwin standing over the large wolf. "Aye, but her pups will come soon," Luwin replied. Just then, they were nearly knocked aside as Frost barreled into the yard. "I thought he was." Howland began, only for Luwin to smile reassuringly. "The pack protects itself, Howland. His Grace told me that the pack knows when one of them needs another, and so it takes care of its own." Howland looked down at the scene before him. The wolves had been born that night, or was it that day? He wasn't quite sure. But as he watched the pups nestled against their mother, the smile on his face felt genuine. There were 5 pups in total, 3 gray, 1 black, and 1 white with striking red eyes. 3 girls and 2 boys. When he saw the white pups suckling at her mother's teat, he instinctively knew to whom she belonged. He could make a guess about the black one, too. Elia and Rickon were soon to receive their own wolves. Luwin then mentioned that Wynfrid was with child, which brought a smile to Howland's face. 3 of the 5 pups were potentially spoken for, leaving 2 unclaimed. This thought filled him with hope, especially over the next 2 days. Even as they left Winterfell for the first time in what felt like ages without a Stark in residence, that smile remained. The gods had spoken. As the residents of Winterfell and Wintertown made their way south, Howland glanced at Lya, who lay in the cart nursing her pups, while Frost walked proudly beside them like a devoted father. With 2 pups still unclaimed, it meant their own familiars were yet to be born. How could he not see hope in that? Queenscrown, 301 AC, Oberyn. Faceless men, those thoughts should have given him pause, yet they only made him chuckle. The entire realm, a long-thought dead prince, and the free folk. Priests, their warriors, and now the faceless men. Alongside wolves and dragons, all brought together by his nephew to fight this battle. Oberyn wished Elia could see what her son had accomplished. Someday, he hoped to speak to his sister again and thank her for the letter she had written, words that revealed the truth about Jay, words that made him embrace him as kin. It was a strange thought, one he had only imagined would be possible when his own time came. Oberyn never imagined that, aside from in the realm of the gods, he would have the chance to see his sister and hold her in his arms once more. Knowing that he was fighting not just for his love, his children, and his people, but also for the chance to reunite with Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys, was enough to give him strength in moments of weakness. The fact that men like the Faceless Men had come from Bravos to play their part in this fight was why he sat there with a silly expression on his face, an expression soon noticed by Garland Tyrell, who had arrived only a few hours earlier. "Something amuses you, my prince?" Garland asked as he took a seat beside him in the spacious tower room. I'm to fight alongside faceless men, Sir Garland. How can I not be amused? Oberyn replied, and Garland chuckled as he nodded toward the jug of ale. Oberyn shifted his mug as Garland filled his own. They don't give you cause for concern? Garland asked, eyeing him curiously. I'm actually eager to see them in action. Usually, the only ones who do never get to speak about it afterward, Oberyn said, and Garland shuddered slightly. His Grace? Garland inquired after a moment of silence. My nephew will be here soon, hopefully, and then we can send ravens, Oberyn said, noticing the eager look on Garland's face. The long night hadn't stopped the birds from flying, they just hadn't brought enough with them. So, he hoped once. When Jae arrived, he felt a sense of relief knowing he could send messages back to the Red Keep, as well as to Ilaria and his daughters. He had hoped the glass candles would be useful, but their functionality was limited to what his nephew wanted to demonstrate. Jae explained that they wouldn't work as Oberyn had hoped, and Daenerys' journal had warned him of this. As Jae approached, Oberyn and Garland sat in silence, both enjoying their drinks and the quiet atmosphere. They weren't silent for any particular reason, they simply appreciated the moment. However, the sounds of activity and the mention of Jae's name soon had them both moving toward the door of the tower. Oberyn smiled when he saw Jae walking toward them, looking tired but unharmed. Arthur reached Jae first, with Jorah racing to his side just as quickly. By the time Jae reached the door, a small crowd had gathered. You are well, nephew? Oberyn asked. Jae nodded, a small smile on his face, though his fatigue dulled its brightness. I am, uncle. Garland, it's good to see you, Jae said, reaching out to pat his good brother on the shoulder. You too, your grace, Garland replied happily. My uncles? Lord Jaime? Jae asked, his voice filled with both eagerness and concern. They're resting. We've been taking turns, nephew, Oberyn answered. Jae nodded, then turned to the crowd that had gathered upon hearing of the king's arrival. I'll speak to most of you later. There is much we must do, but I'm hungry and probably need more rest than it may seem. We have time, for now, we're not at risk, so take comfort in that as I do, Jae said. He noticed that his words seemed to ease the tension among those nearby, though the presence of Jae and Rhaenys likely contributed to that sense of calm. Tormund, Mance, and others listened intently, grateful for the reassurance. As Jae entered the large open room, he was soon joined by Ned Stark and Jaime Lannister, along with Cregan, Robb, the Small and Great Jon, Torrhen Snow, Melisandre, Thuras, Makoro, the leader of the Faceless Men, and the girl he had heard referred to as the Waif. It seemed that apart from Prince Aemon, Benjen Stark, Val, and the brothers of the Night's Watch, everyone had heard of the king's arrival. Lord Hand, Jae said with a smile as he spotted Jaime Lannister. Uncle, he added, his grin widening upon seeing Ned and his cousins. All is well, your grace? Ned asked. Jae nodded, but just as he did, he stumbled. Oberyn, Arthur, and Jaime were the first to reach him. I'm well, just tired, Jae assured them, though Oberyn wasn't the only one who looked at him with concern. Truly, I'm well. I just need to eat and rest. You should do both, your grace. I'll have food brought to you, Jaime said. Jae shook his head. I'll eat here, and we can discuss things, and then I'll rest. Despite both he and Jaime wishing he would head to bed now, Jae's determination was clear for everyone to see. Of course, your grace, Jaime replied. As Jae took his seat, each of them found their places at the table, with some standing due to lack of space. Jae caught his nephew's smirk when the plate was placed in front of him. Something amuses you, nephew? He asked, a smirk of his own forming. Never did I think my meal would draw such an audience, Jae said with a laugh, and soon others joined in. Jae's appetite was something Oberyn welcomed, as there were times he didn't eat enough. By the time he finished, Eamon, Benjen, and Val had arrived, accompanied by several lords from the west, the Reach, and the north, along with the men of the Night's Watch. Oberyn observed as his nephew drained a mug of warmed milk before requesting a glass of water, which he sipped while surveying the room. My uncle, Prince Tyrion, has gone to join my aunt. They have their own orders, and while I've adapted them somewhat, they know what they must do. The wall has fallen, it hasn't just been breached, it is no more, Jay announced, prompting gasps around the table. Jeor Mormont stared at Jay in disbelief. How much of it, Your Grace? Jeor asked, his voice steady yet filled with concern. All of it, Lord Commander. The wall and the castles are gone. I've seen some of it with my own eyes, and I know this to be true. The wall was never meant to be held, it was intended simply as an obstacle in the Night King's path. The war was never meant to be fought there, and I see that now, Jay explained. Oberyn was not the only one who detected the regret in his nephew's voice. So it's here we fight? Tormund asked, worry etched on his face. Not all of us, no, Jay replied. Despite the many questions that arose, he chose to say no more at that moment. We have time, the Night King is traveling slowly, so we have some time. But I advise you to prepare to move by tomorrow or the day after. Those who can should begin traveling further south right away. As for me, I need my bed, and I ask for your forgiveness for not saying more at this time. I know you all have questions, and once I've rested, I'll answer as many as I can. Jay rose, and Oberyn followed him out of the room, joined by Ned and Benjen Stark, Eamon, Jaime, Arthur, and Ser Jorah. You're truly well, nephew? Oberyn inquired as they walked. I am. I'm just tired, uncle. That's all that's wrong with me. I'm tired, and while I wish to discuss many things and have plans to make, I fear my mind isn't right because of this tiredness, Jay said, sounding as exhausted as he felt. Sleep. We'll talk when you wake. Jay nodded. I've seen Ilaria and the girls, Uncle, Daisy, and the children. Jaime, Elle and Rickon, Wynfrid and Alice. I've seen our family, and even though the long night worries them, they are as well as we could wish for. My wife and daughter are safe, as are my sisters. Jay smiled, the truest smile he had worn since his arrival. Then think on that as you sleep, Jay, Jaime replied, and Jay nodded again. Arthur and Jorah took up their positions at the door. A few moments after entering, Oberyn felt compelled to check on Jay to ensure he was truly asleep. He peeked into the room and saw Jay lying on the bed, already lost to the world. The sight was both peaceful and comforting, and the others shared that sentiment when he told them Jay was indeed asleep. Over the next few hours, Oberyn helped with preparations for their journey south. He noted the rising discontent among the men at the thought of spending nights in tents instead of the comfort the town provided. Jay's words had struck a chord with him. The wall was never meant to be a permanent defense, merely an obstacle. If that was the case, then Queenscrown would likely serve the same purpose. It was better not to make a stand there, lest they meet their end. When Jay finally woke, Oberyn was tired himself, but he broke his fast with his nephew. As they ate, he and Jaime Lannister discussed further plans. Oberyn watched as Jay spoke with the faceless men and the red priests, then with the free folk and the company of the Rose. Later that day, he joined his men as they began their march south, glancing back at the town as he left it behind. He had sent word to Ilaria and his girls to let them know he was safe, just as Jaime and others had done once Jay had called. He sent the ravens to him. Then he had a heated argument with his nephew, as others did when Jay refused to let him stay. In the end, he only agreed to leave when he saw who was marching alongside him. Rhenix flew overhead, gliding slowly before landing in the town. He glanced at Jaime and Ned, noting they were doing the same as he was, offering up prayers to whatever gods would listen, hoping they would see Jay soon. The Riverlands, 301 AC, Tytos Blackwood had sent the ravens out before the long night fell, relieved he managed to do that at least. Now, as he rode toward the twins with his men behind him, he hoped for a response, that the Riverlands would rally when called. The Blackfish and Lord Brandon had answered, and Jonos had as well. But Tytos hadn't waited for any of the others. He was far too eager to set things in motion according to the king's instructions. When the bird had chirped loudly and he had looked up, he thought nothing of it, accepting that it was a signal, not just a bird making noise, as his son had suggested. His king was a warg, the most powerful one anyone had ever known, according to Richard Lonmouth. Tytos had witnessed some of that power himself during the attack on the Red Keep. He had followed a cat that was one of 7, and while others might have believed they were merely trained, Tytos knew better. He had the blood of a man, and he understood they were being controlled by his king. Since then, he had studied warging and its possibilities, discovering that it was rare for someone to control more than one familiar. Tytos spoke with Lord Montfort Valerion about it and learned that during the Ironborn's attack on the Shield Islands, he, Lord Kevin, Orain, and others had all taken their lead from birds the king had sent with them. Raymond had also told him that the king had given him a bird to serve as a warning during the War of the One True King. So, when Richard Lonmouth arrived carrying a cage and a letter from the king, Tytos felt a sense of anticipation. Tytos accepted the situation without hesitation. Even now, the bird remained with him, its cage resting in one of the carts carrying supplies. His son, Alan, sat nearby with instructions to come to him if the bird made any unnatural sounds. Tytos? The Blackfish called out as he rode alongside him. Sorry, old friend. I was lost in thought, Tytos replied with a chuckle, which the Blackfish joined in on. In this darkness, we should be grateful that's all we're lost in, the Blackfish said, and Tytos nodded in agreement. Your nephew doesn't seem lost, the Blackfish remarked, glancing toward Brandon Stark and his wolf, who were just a little ahead. The Lord of Riverrun was riding alongside 2 of his sons and Jonos's bastard. I can't tell which of them has the better eyes, Bran or the wolf, the Blackfish continued, his fondness for his nephew evident in both his expression and his tone. I'm glad to have one of them with us. His grace is truly a sight to behold, Tytos said, smiling as he thought of Ghost, a clear sign that the king was favored by the old gods. Aye, that it is, the Blackfish replied, his tone shifting, which was understandable. Brynden had never disrespected the king in Tytos's presence, nor had he ever spoken ill of him, despite his feelings about what had happened to his family. True, they deserved it and more, but they were still family. Tytos understood that, to the Blackfish, Jaehaerys Targaryen would never be his favorite person. However, the man was too honorable and dutiful to be treasonous, a quality that couldn't be said for some of the other lords of the Riverlands. Sir Richard's notes on Lyman Goodbrook, Tristan Ryger, and Mark Piper had been detailed, and if any of them gave him a reason, they would soon find him more than willing to act as judge and executioner. Hearing some commotion at the front of the line, he looked to the Blackfish, and they, along with some of his guards, rode forward. He rode towards the commotion, moving swiftly through the darkness. He briefly feared an attack. But as he got closer, he realized it was just a horse that had pulled up lame and thrown its rider. Deciding it was best for him to lead the way, he felt a sense of satisfaction when Brandon Stark and his wolf joined him and his great-uncle. Before long, it was Summer, not him, who guided them to the twins. As he approached the dual keeps, the sight of the numerous horses and tents filled him with a smile. The Riverlands had gathered in force, and knowing they had come at his orders and on the king's behalf filled him with pride. He spotted tents bearing the banners of Mutun, Vance, Piper, Derry, and even the Freys themselves. Tytos beamed at the sight of the banner from House Targaryen of the Riverlands. Although they weren't yet a house in residence, young Lord Redford had arrived with the banner, a 3-headed dragon entwined with a black bat. Tytos looked forward to the day when it would be a Targaryen who bore that banner and answered the call. Ser Walton, he greeted as the heir to the crossing and his guards met them at the bridge. Lord Tytos, my father bids you welcome and has arranged rooms for you and the twins, Walton replied. Though Tytos had no desire to stay in the keep, he understood that refusing would be an insult. After informing Jonos and the Blackfish that they would hold a meeting later, he rode alongside Ser Walton and soon found himself walking through the keep, flanked by Lucas and some of his guards. He was taken aback by the transformation of the place. The whole atmosphere had changed, clearly indicating that Stevrin, unlike his father, had spent coin to make it far more inviting. If that hadn't been enough of a sign, the expressions of those he passed in the corridors certainly were. Rarely had he visited the twins, and each time he did, he noticed how miserable the inhabitants seemed. To see them now, so vibrant and alive, left him almost in disbelief. Tytos was taken aback by the warm welcome he received in the Great Hall. It brought back memories of the cold reception from Walder Frey. Lord Tytos, the twins are most pleased to welcome its Lord Paramount to its halls, Stevrin said, a genuine smile lighting up his face. He sat in the seat his father once occupied, and Tytos thought he filled it far better. I wish I were here for a different reason, Lord Stevrin, but I appreciate the welcome all the same, Tytos replied sincerely. I've had rooms set aside for you and any of the lords who wish for them, my lord. I would feast you, but perhaps it's best we refrain given the current circumstances, Stevrin suggested. Tytos nodded in agreement. I've also made a large room available should you wish to hold your council here, my lord, Stevrin continued. Tytos smiled at him, pleasantly surprised by his accommodating nature, yet not entirely taken aback. Thank you, Lord Stevrin. Perhaps after I refresh myself, we can speak in private? Tytos proposed. Stevrin agreed and instructed one of his grandsons to lead Tytos to his rooms. As he walked, Tytos felt almost buoyant. He had called the men of the Riverlands, and they had come. Even the Freys were prepared to fight if necessary. He found himself hoping for nightfall, eager to retire to his bed and send word to his king that the Riverlands were ready. But as soon as he entered his room, there was a knock at the door. He opened it to find Hugh Vance standing there, his expression revealing that he bore bad news. Forgive me, my lord, but I felt the need to speak with you, Hugh said, his shoulders slumped, as if he were carrying the weight of the world. Tytos was surprised to see him in such a state. Of course, Ser Hugo, Tytos replied, stepping aside to let him in. Hugo had recently married Ser Walton's daughter, Valda, and by all accounts, he was quite happy with the match. Tytos had even heard that, as a result, the tax burden imposed on them by the king had been deferred. Hugo had shown himself to be different from his former friends and had gained a champion in Ser Richard Lonmouth. What is this concerning, Ser Hugo? Tytos asked, noticing the man sigh as he turned to face him. Mark, Tristan, and Lymond, my lord. They plot against the king, Hugo replied. Tytos felt his anger rising, so much so that he struggled to find his voice for a moment. The silence in the room stretched out, feeling longer than it should have. Plot what exactly? He finally managed to ask, once he had composed himself. His death, my lord. Loras marched through the darkness, feeling the weight of the journey. Without the dragon nearby, morale was draining. He and Garen had done their best to keep spirits high, but retreating quickly was not conducive to a cheerful march. Setting up temporary camps to eat and rest, only to tear them down a few hours later to continue marching, added to the weariness. So when he heard the cheers, it took him by surprise. Had it not been for the sounds in the air, he might not have known why they were celebrating. Is that Prince Tyrion's dragon? Garen asked, and Loras nodded, wondering why Tyrion had joined them. He felt a twinge of worry for Jay and the others because of it. As it turned out, there was no reason to be concerned. Tyrion had joined them on Jay's command, and Jay, Jaime, Oberyn, and the others were all safe and well. Hearing that the wall had fallen was a shock, but he was relieved that Tyrion and Daenerys spoke only to them about it. They agreed that, for now, it was best that the men remained unaware of the news. As he began to explain what had happened at the Night Fort, it wasn't just Dany who grew upset. Loras felt his worries threaten to overwhelm him, and it was his anger that nearly took over. Tarly and Rowan turned on them, on their own men, on my brother and the princess, he said angrily, gripping his sword tightly. He feared that if he saw either of those two men in front of him, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from cutting them down. Your brother is safe and well, Loras, Garin reassured him, gently moving Loras's hand from his sword. And the princess? Loras asked, trying to compose himself. Do you think my nephew will accept losing more family? Tyrion interjected. Loras shook his head, fully aware that Jae would not take such a loss lightly. While Tyrion seemed convinced by his own words, Dany was not as reassured, and Loras wished he could offer her some comfort. But he knew he couldn't, the only one who could was currently on a ship sailing south. Instead, Dany appeared more willing to listen as Tyrion explained Jae's plans. Loras and Garin found no fault with them and were relieved that they were more detailed than their own, which had been rather simple: march south and only stop if a fight was unavoidable. Jae, however, wanted them to march to the keeps to rest and let the dragons do their work. They would bleed the dead, though the dead couldn't bleed, but they would do so nonetheless, whittling down their numbers. If all went to plan, the next time they faced the army of the dead, they would confront a far smaller force than before, which was something all of them would welcome. Loras listened as Tyrion instructed Garin to keep to the rivers, the last river, Weeping Water. Broken Branch and the White Knife, Dany said, turning to Garin. Could the water wizards do with them as they did with the sea? Water is water, princess. Sea or river, it matters not. Mother Royne was of the rivers themselves, Garin replied, and Dany nodded in understanding. We're not to hold a keep, Loras, though it will be tempting to do so, Tyrion stated, and Loras agreed with a nod. I'll let the men know that our respite will be temporary, he said before shifting the conversation. What are his grace's plans? He inquired, noticing Dany looking at Tyrion with the same eagerness he felt. For his grace to know, Loras. I cannot say what my nephew truly plans, only that I imagine it will be somewhat similar to our own, Tyrion responded. He saw Dany sigh. The fight is not here yet, that's all I know. The army marches, and Dany and I lay down our flames. Let us all hope it remains as simple as that. An hour later, they began their march, with Dany and Tyrion staying on their dragons, watching over the troops. Loras could see the men wished for the dragons to fly with them but were also comforted by their presence guarding the rear. By the time they set up camp again, Tyrion and Dany had rejoined them. Loras watched as all four dragons fed hungrily, Elenice, Ligeron, Dany, and Tyrion all displaying their hunger. It struck him then that one was missing. A bolt of fear shot down Loras's spine as he turned to them. Regal, Tyrion, where is Regal? He asked, almost panicked, while Garin looked at him with concern. My son is on Dragonstone, alone and missing his mother and his rider, Dany replied, rising to her feet and walking toward where Elenice was resting. I wish you hadn't asked that, Tyrion said, his voice more sorrowful than angry. Forgive me, my prince, Loras started to say. Worried? It's understandable. I should speak to my sister. We'll rest with the dragons, Tyrion said. Loras found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer an apology or any comforting thoughts. If it weren't for Garin, he probably wouldn't have slept that night. Garin pointed out that he couldn't have known his words would upset the princess, and that it wasn't truly his fault. She still grieves the losses she suffered, Loras. Any little thing we say may remind her of those losses, and grief cuts deep down to the bone, Garin said, his voice tinged with his own sorrow. Loras wondered who Garin was grieving for, whether it was family or someone he loved. She should be with her husband, even if just briefly, Loras said, and Garin nodded in agreement. Yet she's needed here, and so here she'll be, Garin replied. The march to Last Hearth was long, and when they finally arrived, Loras wasn't the only one feeling relieved. The relief deepened when Tyrion announced that instead of just one night, they could take 2 to rest before moving onward. Garen mentioned that the princess was feeling better. Her mood had improved as she and Tyrion brought more and more fire to the dead. It felt like payback for what had been taken from her, and Loras hoped that Jae and Aemon were doing the same. That night, as he settled into bed, Loras found he couldn't sleep. If it hadn't been for Garen holding him in his arms, the worrying thoughts would have overwhelmed him. In the year 301 AC, the Battle of Queenscrown unfolded. Aemon believed his nephew's plan was sound. All they had to do was wait. He was certain that the Night King would come to end them here if he could. The army had marched 2 days earlier, and his nephew had assured him they'd covered more than enough ground. As for the dead, he and Jae had engaged them more than once over the past 2 days. They had unleashed their fires and watched them burn. He welcomed the idea wholeheartedly. Not only did it level the playing field for the upcoming battle, but Jae had also explained that each time they took a life from the Night King, they weakened him. His magic was tied to those he controlled, just as their own men were resources. Losing them would diminish their strength. Aemon believed Jae was right, as this was beyond his own understanding. Each time I use magic, it weakens me, uncle. Whether it's warging, looking into the glass candles, or singing to the stone, it takes a toll. It's the same for him, but with his army, it's even more significant, Jae said. Aemon glanced at him as they sat by their dragon's side. How? He asked, accepting the water pouch Jae handed him. He took a large swallow before passing it back. Because, in some ways, he's warded into the dead, uncle. His control over them and the White Walkers is a form of warding too, Jae explained, placing the pouch beside him without taking a drink. So if you were to lose one of your familiars? Aemon ventured, and Jae nodded. The closer they are to me, the more I'd feel the loss. That's why when we take a White Walker from him, it's not just the loss of the dead that he suffers, Jae continued. Aemon's brow furrowed as he tried to grasp his nephew's meaning. The White Walkers are the key, aren't they? He asked, and Jae smiled before responding. I still don't know how it works, uncle. I don't understand how they make the dead rise or what magic they tap into. But I'm certain that through the White Walkers, he raises the dead and forms a link, a three-way connection. From the Night King to the White Walker, and then to the dead that the White Walker has risen. If we sever that link, the dead fall, the White Walker falls, and the Night King suffers just as much as I would if I were to lose Ghost or Winter. Aemon stared at him in disbelief. The idea that losing an animal could hurt more than the love you felt for it was something he struggled to understand. Why can't we focus on the White Walkers, Jae? He asked, curiosity etched on his face. We will, Jae replied, his smile growing more genuine. So there they sat on the dragon's back, with Queenscrown before them, waiting. Soon enough, the dead arrived. Jaqen Hagar noticed that the boy seemed different this time. Something had changed, a realization the waif echoed. Jaehaerys Targaryen had transformed from a boy into a man, but it was more than just that. It took Jaqen a moment to pinpoint what was different about him. It was the magic. The powers Jae possessed now shone like a beacon, while before they had flickered dimly. He had learned to harness them, he had used them, if the rumors about this place were true. And even if they weren't, the sight of him wielding Lightbringer was proof enough that he had wielded his powers with purpose. When they had spoken, Jaqen noticed yet another change in him. The boy he had met in the Red Keep was now focused and determined, taking his lessons to heart. His eyes darted around, attentive to everything, yet Jaqen felt no sense of danger where he had once worried. He had advised Jae never to enter an unguarded room alone, but that wasn't the true essence of his warning. What he meant was that Jae should always be prepared, never caught off guard, and now Jaqen sensed that he wouldn't be. This was promising for what they had planned. He and the other faceless men had agreed to help the prince that was promised, as their god commanded. They wouldn't be alone in this mission, the men of the Company of the Rose and the Fiery Hand would also play their part. All of them now awaited the signals, hoping they would make it through to see the second phase of their endeavor. He knew they would soon see the first. 50 men and women accompanied him, less than a quarter of the order, but more were on their way. These were the best and the brightest that the House of Black and White had to offer. They would need to be, given the king's daunting task. He understood that some would meet their god before the night was over. It was a night amongst a night, a strange occurrence he had hoped to avoid but always sensed would come. He gazed at the hill overlooking the town, where 2 dragons stood, waiting. It had been a long time since he felt such things, yet their presence brought him comfort. He felt reassured by his conversation with the boy and the plan they had devised. Jaehaerys had expressed concern that Jaehaerys might not know how to wield the gifts of the faceless men effectively, fearing they would be squandered in a futile battle. But it turned out that was far from the case. "A man has come, my prince," Jaehaerys announced as Jaehaerys entered the rooms the faceless men had claimed for themselves. As he said he would, the prince replied, glancing at the waif and giving her a small nod. "Would it be wrong of me to say I had hoped not to see you again?" His smile revealed both the truth and the lie in his words. "A man understands, my prince," Jaehaerys replied with a slight nod. "Are you all armed?" the prince inquired. Jaehaerys produced his knives, 2 Valyrian steel daggers, and then looked at the others, who revealed their own weapons. "Your god has prepared you well," the prince observed, admiring the variety of arms they carried: knives, small axes, spikes, and swords, most made of Valyrian steel, with a few also featuring dragonglass. "A man has traveled far and wide, my prince. As have others over many years, all have been gifted by the many-faced god." "You know what we face?" the prince asked, and Jaehaerys nodded. As the waif and the others drew closer, Jaehaerys spoke firmly. "I will not use you in a direct assault. Stealth and quickness are key. Take down who you must, and then you leave, no matter what. Is that understood?" "A man understands," he replied, and the prince smiled. "Vala Morgulis." "Vala Dohaeris," he echoed as the prince exited the room. Jaehaerys turned to the waif and the others, feeling the chill in the air. He took up his position, aware that the others had done the same. Jaehaerys watched as the affronts to his god began to march toward them. Dead men, who should not be moving, were now advancing. Though they had been given the gift, they had not acted as they were supposed to. Before he left this place or drew his last breath, he would ensure they did. Torrhen Snow. This was a true battle, the reason his men had returned. Other than a few brief skirmishes atop the wall, they had yet to face one. He found himself at odds with the White Wolf, struggling to understand his strategy and questioning his bravery more than once. The boy seemed to be everywhere but where he should be, and had it not been for those with him, Torrhen might have spoken more harshly by now. Each time he suggested a course of action, it had been dismissed. For a man who had been in command as long as he had, that was difficult to swallow. If the orders he received were ones he fully agreed with, he would have had no issue. But they were not, and he felt that he and his men were being wasted here. So when the White Wolf came to speak with him upon his arrival at Queenscrown, Torrhen may have spoken with less respect than usual. "Are we to retreat again?" he asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. "If I tell you to, yes. You haven't faced anything like this before, Torrhen." "None of you have," the White Wolf responded, looking at him and the other commanders. "None of us will at this rate," he retorted with a snort. "Be thankful for that. Had you done so by now, then you'd have lost far too many of your men to be of any use to me," the White Wolf said angrily, finally revealing his fangs. The sight made Torrhen sit up straighter as he stared at him. He observed the White Wolf standing there, Lightbringer sheathed at his hip, the crown of the kings of winter resting on his head, covered by cloth, and the familiar look in his eyes. It was the look of a man who had witnessed death, who had seen the men he led fall. It was that intensity, combined with the anger he displayed, that prompted Torrhen to take a deep breath before he spoke. "What is it you wish of me and my men, your grace?" he asked, noticing the small smile that appeared on the White Wolf's face. The time to face the Night King head-on is not yet here. We're outnumbered, badly. Though the dragons take some from him, it's not enough. It may be weeks or even moons until we're ready. However, there is another way, a way to weaken them even further. We'll present them with a prize they won't be able to resist, the White Wolf said, still smiling. What prize? Brandon asked eagerly. Me, the White Wolf replied. They lined up in front of Queenscrown, men with bows and spears, just enough to create the illusion of strength. Torrhen smiled as he watched the dead birds fall from the sky, bursting into flames. The Red Priestess who stood with them began to showcase her own magic, allowing them to come only so close. Behind them, others waited to play their part, and Torrhen knew he wouldn't be able to hold here for long. Engage and retreat was the order of the day, and finally, he began to understand the White Wolf's strategy. Raising the horn to his mouth, he blew it loudly, once, twice, and then a third time. Torrhen followed the example of the Black brothers, drawing out his axe as he watched the men of the Fiery Hand's spears begin to ignite. It was Thuras of Mir's flaming sword illuminated the darkness of the night. It may not have been Lightbringer, but it cast enough light to reveal their charging enemy. Loose! He shouted, and the arrows took flight. Torrhen shook his head as he watched them ignite against the night sky, Melisandre chanting beside him, eliminating the need to light them before firing. Loose! He commanded again. Loose! He cried a third time. As he glanced at the undead before them, he noticed the flames beginning to spread. But just as quickly, a storm rolled in, snuffing out the fire. Retreat! To the city, to the city! He shouted. As they fell back, he turned to Thuras, who dipped his sword to the ground, igniting a ring of fire. By the time they reached the next barrier, the first had been extinguished. Torrhen ordered another wave of arrows to be loosed, and Thuras dipped his sword again. They all understood that these barriers of fire wouldn't stop the dead, they could barely slow them down. But time was what they needed. It drew the undead into the trap the White Wolf had set for them. As Torrhen entered the town, he looked up to see the two dragons take to the air. Then, he gave the order to retreat for real. Thuras, he called. They would fight here, while others retreated. He and the Fiery Hand would hold their ground, only leaving when the signal came. Some would fall, he knew it, just as Melisandre did. Neither of them feared that it might be their own lives that would be lost. The fires had shown them the prince's intentions, though they had not revealed their own fates in the coming battle. But for Thuras, if he were to fall, he would do so with a lighter heart than he had carried for many years. His faith had been renewed, and he now truly served his God once more. Ever since he had met the prince and looked into the flames, he had become a different man. He had played his part in bringing an ally to the prince's side in Barrack, and now, they stood ready to face whatever came next. Thuras had played a crucial role in taking the Red Keep, ensuring the prince was exactly where he needed to be. Alongside Melisandre and Kinvara, he had worked tirelessly to establish their god's presence in Westeros, something he had failed to achieve many years ago. Yet, it was this moment, fighting against the Great Other, that filled him with the most pride. His participation in the Great War proved to him that his life had not been in vain. Move, move! He shouted as the Fiery Hand retreated through the city. The fire barriers had only given them so much time. His heart sank as he witnessed the first of his men fall, overwhelmed by the dead, with even those close to him unable to help. Soon, he was fighting alongside them, swinging his sword to ignite the corpses as he pushed through. One by one, his men fell, and then he heard the dragons roaring in the air, a smile breaking across his face. But that smile vanished when he came face to face with another, a creature of ice and death that moved through his men as if they were nothing. Thuras rushed to confront the White Walker as it effortlessly cut down his comrades. When his sword clashed with the icy blade, he saw the surprise in the creature's eyes. Seizing that moment, he engaged in a true fight for the first time in over a decade. Not since Pike had he faced a battle like this, and even during the War of the One True King, he hadn't truly seen combat. The years since the Greyjoy Rebellion had been spent in brawls and trickery, earning coin only to squander it on drink. These days, he barely touched ale. The need to dull the pain of his lost faith was no longer necessary. He believed with a conviction he had never felt before, and as he saw the dragons unleashing fire upon the dead in the distance, he smiled and swung his sword. The White Walker was fast, but Thoros felt he kept up, the light from his sword illuminating the darkness around them. The fire that blazed from Thoros's sword seemed to momentarily halt even the White Walker. But it was the steel itself that would truly make an impact. Thoros had received this weapon from Moqorro upon his arrival in Westeros. The Black Flame, a man who wielded a spear like the fiery hand, had no need for a Valyrian steel sword. As he dodged the blow aimed at him by the White Walker, he swung with all his might, watching the blade strike true. An explosion of ice erupted around him, the sound of fallen foes drowned out by the cheers of his comrades. Then he saw him, his prince, holding Lightbringer, with dragons unleashing fire in the sky. But as he turned to rally his men, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A spear of ice had struck him from nowhere. As he collapsed to the ground, he called out for one of his men, surprised when it was Moqorro himself who rushed to his side. "Give me to the fire, send me to our god," Thoros pleaded, as Moqorro took the sword from his grasp. The cold began to seep into him. "For the night is dark and full of terrors, but you, my friend, will forever walk in his light," Moqorro reassured him. In that moment, Thoros felt the cold recede, warmth igniting within him, and his strength returning. He rose to his feet and dashed past his men as the flames surged around him. The mass of dead before him became his target, and he fervently begged his god to allow him to fulfill his duty. Thoros hurled himself into the fray, and as the flames engulfed the fallen, he began to smile, even as the light faded and darkness enveloped him. A voice called out as he took his last breath, and then he heard his god speak his name, summoning him home. Meanwhile, the waif hid as the dead moved through the town. None were her targets, and although she feared they might find her, they did not. The sight of them moving when they should not repulsed her, they were mocking her god. As she concealed herself, she felt her anger rise. It was a strange feeling for her, one she hadn't experienced in many years. Her training had stripped away personal feelings, wants, and desires from her at a young age. They were merely tools, executing their god's will, and taking a life was not something they were meant to enjoy or take pleasure in. Like all the faceless men, she was a servant, and just as all men served, all men died too, at least, that was what she had believed. In this place, however, it seemed different. The dead walked when they should not. Taking them down one by one felt pointless. The prince understood this, and she, along with those who had come with her from the House of Black and White, would be in their god's embrace long before they had a chance to accomplish their mission, should they pursue that path. But that was not how they would go, so she hid and waited. When she saw it move past her, a smile crept across her face. When she moved, she was like the wind. The leap she took through the air covered the last few feet, and the White Walker never even had a chance to react. Her knife found its mark deep in the creature's neck, and suddenly, she was falling to the ground as it exploded. Ice struck her face, and she felt blood drip from above her eye. Around her, the dead fell, and this time they did not rise. As she pushed herself to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings. The town had been overwhelmed by the dead, and she contemplated hiding again or seeking another White Walker to kill. Just then, she heard the sound of dragons and realized her work here was done. She moved through the town, dodging larger groups of the dead, engaging only when absolutely necessary. As she reached the hill and spotted the horses, she noticed more and more of her companions approaching. Jaehaerys was leading some of them, and she felt a surge of relief upon seeing him and the others. "A girl has done her task?" Jaehaerys asked. She nodded. A man has done so too. It's time we leave this place. The others? She asked, noticing that only a little more than half of those who had traveled with them were present. They are with the many-faced god, Jaehaerys said, his voice tinged with sadness for once. Vala Mordulis, she replied, bowing her head respectfully. Vala Jaehaerys, he responded as they approached the company of the Rose men and their horses. Jaehaerys Targaryen was somewhere nearby, along with Sherera, or whatever he had turned her into. Jay was searching for him even as Rhaenys unleashed her flames on those moving beneath them. They had waited until the dead had entered Queenscrown itself, and only then did they take to the sky. Both dragons soared over those nearest to them and some distance away from the town before they unleashed their flames. The last thing Jay wanted was for the Night King to retreat, and he knew he would seek him out in the town. Once there were living souls to add to his army, he would try to claim them for himself as well. Jay may have been the bait, but the chance to bolster his army was an equally enticing prize for the Night King, especially since he had been deprived of that opportunity since passing the wall. Jay wondered how the Night King had reacted to that. What must it have felt like for him to know there was no one to turn to? Between the wall and Queenscrown, there were no living souls for him to overwhelm and turn into whites. Jay knew this would make the people at Queenscrown an even greater target. He had counted on it and had been proven right. Yet all the Night King would find at Queenscrown was fewer than 4,000 men in death, true death, not the kind he brought to the world. When Jay discovered that the faceless men had arrived, he knew what he had to do. He sent Jaime, Oberyn, his uncles, cousins, and the others further away. They had put perhaps 2 or 3 days' distance between themselves and Queenscrown, and before he was done, he would buy them another day or two. Jaehaerys, he commanded as Rhaenys flew over more fallen men, with Sandor following suit a little way off. The plan had been simple: allow the dead to enter the town and flush out the White Walkers. Once the place was nearly overrun, he would take to the sky and fly north, giving Rhaenys and Sandor the signal to unleash their flames. This strategy would sever one part of the Night King's army from the other, drawing their attention even more toward Queenscrown. Closing his eyes, he peered through the eyes of the eagle perched atop the tower. Below, the dead moved and fell as the faceless men executed their mission. Who better to hunt the White Walkers than those trained to kill? Who better to catch them by surprise than those who had dedicated their lives to mastering that very skill? He didn't know how many they would see fall, but he was certain that each loss would wound the Night King more deeply than the loss of 1,000 whites. He had shared the truth with Aemon, and his uncle had agreed with the plan, never questioning that some of those sent to carry it out would be lost as well. Jay had done everything he could to minimize that loss. He had clearly outlined what they needed to do, and although some, like Torrhen Snow, had voiced objections, he believed they would ultimately follow his commands. Now, all he had to do was execute his own plan. As difficult as it was to turn away, he did so, just as the spears and arrows began to fly. There were more this time, some crashing against the armor worn by Rhaenys and Sandor, and he felt 1 or 2 arrows strike his own armor as well. Reaching down to his hip, he unsheathed his sword, letting it shine as brightly as possible. The distraction was enough for him and Aemon to redirect the dragons. As they soared over the town, he sheathed his sword and signaled for the eagle to fly. Soon, he spotted the men from the company of the Rose riding hard, with members of the Fiery Hand and Melisandre among them. When he saw the faceless men and the number who rode with them, he nearly cheered aloud. More than half were still alive, much more than he had dared to hope. Jay had lost half of his men, possibly 1,000 or more. The smile that had been on his face vanished the moment he heard the anguished cry from Sandor. He turned his gaze to the golden dragon and the man barely clinging to its back. Aemon! He shouted as Rhaenys flew closer. Aemon! He called again, louder this time, but received no reply. Panic surged through him as he spotted the spear protruding from his uncle's chest. Down there! Tell him, Ray! Tell him to bring him down," he urged, desperation in his voice, as Rhaenys swooped toward the agitated dragon. They landed near a small stream below, and Jae almost fell off Rhaenys's back, consumed by worry. Sandor glared at him, a mix of anger and fear in his eyes, as Jae helped Aemon down from the dragon. Using his sword, he broke the spear to lay Aemon gently on the ground. His heart sank at the sight of blood trickling from his uncle's mouth. "Uncle, uncle," Jae called, shaking him more vigorously than he intended. Aemon coughed and sputtered, a sign that he was still alive. "Cold. I feel cold, nephew." "Why do I feel so cold?" Aemon asked weakly. Jae struggled to find the words. "I need to, the wound. I need to," he stammered, quickly removing Aemon's armor. As he examined the injury, he closed his eyes, trying to push his fear away. "You must, this." "I need it no more," Aemon murmured, his hands gripping the ruby around his neck. We can," Jae started to say, but was interrupted by Sandor's roar. The golden dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, and thankfully, they were alone, preventing any harm from the blaze. "I had more time than I go happy, nephew. I go to I'm happy to be with family," Aemon said, but Jae shook his head in denial. "No. You can't leave me, Dany." "Gods, Dany." Sandorix. "We need you, uncle, please, by the gods, please." Tears streamed down his face as he begged his uncle not to go, to stay with him and with his dragon. "I am with you always. Tell my niece and nephew the same. Don't let me turn, Jaehaerys." "Give me to the fire," Aemon replied. The sound of his uncle's last breath went unheard, drowned out by Sandor's wailing cry, an anguished sound that no creature should ever have to make. Jae's own cries soon followed, rising into the night as he shouted out in despair. He didn't know how long he knelt on the ground, cradling his uncle's head in his arms. When he finally rose, it was only the voice of Rhaenys in his mind that urged him to do what he must. He began to remove the ruby, the sword, and his uncle's armor, placing them in his pack on Rhaenys's back. As he worked, Sandor nudged Aemon's chest gently, desperately trying to rouse his rider once more. "Does he?" Sandor asked, and Rhaenys confirmed what they both feared. Jae looked into the dragon's eyes and saw the same sorrow reflected back at him. Climbing onto Rhaenys's back, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. His uncle deserved a better ending than this. He deserved a pyre, his ashes scattered on Dragonstone or perhaps even Valyria itself. Yet, none of those things would come to pass. Jae turned to Sandor and offered a silent prayer before the two dragons took to the sky. "Dracarys," he whispered, and both Rhaenys and Sandor unleashed their flames upon Aemon's still body. Casualties: 200 members of the Fiery Hand, 300 men of the Company of the Rose, 20 faceless men. Thuras of Myr. Prince Aemon Targaryen. The Night King's losses: 10,000 whites. 10 White Walkers.